And we're in. Mic check. 1, 2. 2 Legit City on the mic. We're back. And I don't know anything about the new stuff. So we're going to do a new space-style planet on the new planet. Is there only just one new planet? There's just one new planet. Okay. I hear there's a new lab map. We'll check that out at some point. I'm gonna get a D20. 20! Goddamn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, frozen core volcanic activity. Okay. We got both the meteors and the ice age. I guess that's fine. Everything's gonna be default. And of course, let's get it in. Oh no, bro. Okay, man. Guys. Mic check. 1, 2. First time we're doing this new game. I think this is the new planet, right, Relica? Deja vu, I remember this place before, cruising down the street in that place I used to move. Only you, and search is the mystery. We still got volcanic activity. Okay. Looks like we'll give this a run again. Default. I don't know why they didn't give me the ice age. Are we in? Hey, we're in. Hey, we got the 2 new characters. Let's go. Hey. That's awesome. Let's get chat on screen. Let's go, let's go. All right, so we'll keep them, but we are not going to have a bionic dupe. That's a trap. Oh, I don't have the modification. I don't have my mod to modify this. That sucks. All right, all right. Okay, so there's a couple problems with this. Maybe we don't get the new characters. And then at the same time, I don't have the mod that I want to get the characters for the start. So we're gonna be rolling, boys. We're gonna be rolling. I will keep Oshkon just for the sake of, you know, he's research rocketry. It's pretty good. Now, this guy, Doctor Decorating Titan, he's garbage. Feels bad, man. Flatulence with mechatronics. Hard digging with bottomless stomach. That's tough. I don't think you could roll Meep. That's the only Meep. The only dupe you can't roll is Meep, I believe. Unless you get the Meep only mod. What's going on, Jack Bull? Dude, we got skinny Luca, man. Y'all remember when you guys drafted him for the first time? Back like 7 years ago? That's the Luca we're getting. Holy shit. It's actually kind of insane, man. Y'all really did motivate him for us. Thank you, Nico, man. Shout out to him. This is not bad. I just don't like cooking and digging on the same character. Slow learner is kind of tough. That's bad. Everyone's cooking for some reason. Okay. I actually don't want this. I want build supply. Build supply. And then we'll look at the third skill. Oh, damn it. I don't want slow learner. That's like one of the worst attribute traits. We added 3-6 though. That was actually really nice. Just give me a build supply again. Doesn't have to be high stat. I just don't want any garbage traits. Dude, really? Come on, man. Oh, bottomless stomach are gonna be grinded out. Have a good one, Timo. We'll see you next time. Good luck with the grinds. When in doubt, take a shower. Oh, man. Can we not get a skill? We got the mouth breathers. I mean, the mouth breather wasn't that bad. I could have just took that. I'm just being greedy. Wow. This guy is Higby. Okay, I mean, we got the build supply. The ranching is very, you know, he might want to go hang out with the dinos, I guess. The old man. Regardless, we need someone with dig skill. We want probably dig... suit wearing? Probably. Oh, we just got it. Damn it. Wow, what a setup. Digging, but build supply. That's really nice. I'm not gonna lie. This is actually really nice. Alright, we're gonna run the squad. I actually like this. Dino Mamba. Yeah, quick learner is nice. Dino Mamba is in. Everyone's a builder, technically. Alright, let's get a gun. D Mayor, let me know which one you're gonna claim. Unless you want to wait for me. Alright. The new stuff. So we gotta pause. Oh, man. Did they give me blueprints? I wasn't playing. Oh, just one. Ha. Hey, garbage gloves. You're gonna be taking Higby. Nice. I just learned that Flato requires manual use on for conveyor loaders. It's so dumb. Yeah, it's tough, man. There's a lot of things that don't really make sense. It's like, and then when you realize those little minor specifics, you kind of be like, oh man, this kind of sucks. All right. You have an outfit, man? Do we have the extra old man outfit? Oh, we got some new clothes. Oh shit, that looks nice. Dude. Short gloves with this? Really nice. I wish I had the stealth gloves. I think the Grieger is not bad. Look at the shoes, though. Alright, there we go. Looking good. D Mayor, man. Look at this. He got the full safari outfit looking good. No pants. Alright, cool stuff. Alright. So I haven't played this. I haven't seen anyone play it. The most I've seen about this is basically what's on the store page. So this is going to be our first time looking at it. I didn't even read the patch notes. So, looks like we have a bunch of new stuff. Peat. That was peat. Okay, at 200 becomes coal. Okay. Clay plus peat gives you ceramic. Peat gives you refined carbon. Nickel. Peat. Okay, that's new. Intra-cosmic blast shot. Oh. And it's food. Wow, okay. There's a peat burner for polluted water. This generates power. It does. Okay, interesting. Shale. New mineral type becomes magma at 800. What? I guess that's easy melt. Okay, hatches eat it. Construction material. We get sand from it, just a new mineral type. Fertilizer. We know about that. Dirt. We know about that. This is the new nickel. 1450. Yep, typical metal usage. Let's look at the refined. That's actually why we would want to check this out. 91.44. Is there a volcano that makes this? They either didn't update this or didn't add any new volcanoes. That kind of sucks. Because everything's exactly the same thing. Okay. There's one new geyser. Oh, this is not in the database then, right? Because I don't see anything here that's new. Cool chlorine. Never mind. What the hell is this? Cool chlorine? Okay. So, peat, algae, oxalite, dirt. We see the nickel. That's the new metal type. Okay, we got the research portal. So what that means... Oh, I can't look at the tree yet. That sucks. Okay. That looks like what we got so far. Anything in here? Bleach stone, iron, phosphorite, and it's a cold section. 35. Okay, so this is like swamp start. Okay. So let's look at the new plants, I guess. We got the new printing pod, ring rose bush. Decorative plants. Add a touch of whimsy whenever they're planted. There is no database. There it is. Hey man, it doesn't tell me how much decor this gives me. What the hell is this? I have to actually click on it. 25, 4 tiles. It's decent. What's the range on this? 5 to 40. Negative 5 to 40. Okay. Snactus. This is the new muck root. Excellent fruit, basically. Unnaturally formed fungi. Neither fatal or contagious. Visible discoloration spots. Flavor is best described as musty. Can't be propagated. Okay. Single food serving. What's going on, Julie? Welcome in. Avagro? Like like avocado, but avogrow, I guess. 25, 45. Several vines. Increasing water requirement. Okay. Produces many times the amount of energy that it requires. Fuels growth. Spread to nearby surfaces. Several vines. Interesting. What's going on in mall? Welcome in. Water node, and then we get 108 to 26. Okay, this is interesting. 25, 100, and then, oh, I see. Body temp, radiation. Only light source still are the pods. Yeah, new DLC. So this is our first time playing with it. So I'm doing the, you know, first time looking at this game. I gotta look at the new stuff, right? So we're going over the plants. We see peat, nickel, and then, you know, we already got Higsby. Already claimed. He got the safari outfit. It looks nice. But yeah, right now we're just going through the new stuff. This is the new Hexcellent fruit, it looks like. Temperature's a little warm. We got shale. Yeah, man, first time playing this game. This is interesting. It doesn't really say how much water it actually needs per vine. It says it's supposed to be scaling, but I guess we'll play around with that. So this is 3 days. If it's cut, it will perish. And then we get figs on it. 325 per. Looks like proximity doesn't matter. Doesn't need light. Sweet corn. Sweat corn. Seems legit. 5 to 40. So this is warmer with a higher low end, with the lower low end. Air pressure requirement. O2, PO2, CO2. This looks like new meal lice. Yeah, it looks like candy corn. Three days on a domestic cycle. That really feels like meal lice. Timo, joining the dupe colony. Who would you like to claim? 10 peat for 267 kcals per cycle. Oh, it's per cycle. All right, all right. Timo's in. Timo the dinosaur. Welcome in, Timo. What's going on, one guy? Welcome in. We got Dino Timo, dude. And it's because it's like T-Rex. It's Timo. Hey. All right, so this is basically the new meal lice. Did you see the lab map? Not yet. This is the first time I've seen anything. I heard there was a lab map. But for the most part, we're, you know, step at a time. We'll get there eventually. Once we are a little bit more familiar. But yeah, I'm not sure what the challenge is for the lab map. Like, you know how the original lab map was 90 tilted, and then we got the split Sarahs. It's wild. I mean, dinosaurs make sense. I've never been caught off guard by a lab map. You know what they say, man? Third time's a charm. There's only been 3 lab maps, man. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of fair. Kind of fair. The Timosaurus. Hey. That's the land version, man. You got the Timodactyl. You got the flying. Okay, airborne mimicas. What? Mimicas. This is decorative. What is this? Airborne that oh wow, we got bees and they're not bees. That's so weird. It looks like we got a moth. It just looks like a flying seed though. Drives up, you get a millet. And that's a seed. Okay. Pretty butterflies. So you grow the plant and then you get one of these guys. And they speed up growth, apparently. Okay. And then they become the seed. Okay, we have one of these guys. 5 days old. Yeah, just like the bees. Got the effects. Grow more quickly. So there's no... so we have to get a buff on it. None of these have the buff. He'll probably buff it. Due time. Okay, so Mimika, snack this. Wet corn. We got water. Okay, the lum. Okay, the first dino. Now, what do you got? I have a question. What's the question, Kiwi? I don't know if I'll be able to answer it, man. I'll do my best. So it's no variant, single egg type. Okay. Is there a way to automate payload emptying? Technically there is, kind of. So you need something called the interplanetary targeting beacon that you place. It needs, what do you call that? Vision of space. And then you will shoot the payloads there. I believe you should be able to put an auto sweeper and a payload opener just right there, and it should be able to sweep it. I'm not 100% sure if that works though, because it might be a dupe required operation. So there's a payload opener building that... oh, the auto sweeper doesn't pick it up. Yeah, that might be the problem. You might need to require the dupes to do that. Unfortunately, that might be a dupe required job. But for the most part, outside of that combination, I think that's it. 200 age, that's not bad. So decent range, 2070. How hot is this guy? He's a 45. I'm gonna assume that's a spawn temp. Tough meat. Okay. Eats all the plants. Inedible until smoked. Wow. And then there's a smoker building. Or you feed it to the Rex. So this guy's an herbivore. When they stomp heavily near plants, the commotion causes harvestable items to fall to the ground. Oh. That's kind of cool. Okay, so they basically help you auto harvest. Yeah, basically. You put him in the room, he'll just auto harvest for you occasionally. I need to see how often that happens though. Or if it's like a reaction. Like, does it do it when it notices plants are fully grown? Or is it like, how do I say this? Every 5 cycles. That's the only thing that we got. All right, so I want to click on this, click on that. So we have something called a T-Rex. It's just called the Rex. Okay. This looks like a burb. This is properly correct dino. Wait, they give you ice? What the hell? They could eat hatches? Oh, dude, they could eat the smooth hatch. What? Oh, they eat everything. Oh my god. Dude. It could eat the king mammoth? That's wild, man. Oh, we got other dinos. Feather fiber. It's basically replacement for thimbleweed. Okay, well, that's fair. We needed more alternatives. Bird is the word. Really enjoying the lush art style and the color palette. Looks like only the baby mammoths though. All right. What's their natural body temperature? It makes me think these guys are cold. It is. They gotta live in the cold. That's so weird. Okay. I guess that's fair. All right. Looks like it's time to get it started. Printing pod. Destroy it before it arrives. 0 out of 1,000. Is this 1,000 cycles? Or is that the hit points? I guess we'll find out. So it looks like we're going up. Temperature is kind of warm, so we want to cool it down. These guys are naturally 45s. That's HP. Okay. All right. Let's get it started. So we want to set this up. Toggling plus, double minus. No one's allowed to do that. That. And then we want to do research rocketry. Do a minor operating because you're bored. D Mayor is going to be build supply. Okay. He could do some minor storing and tidying, I guess, when nothing's happening. Timo is going to be digging. And then he does supplying and farming. That's fair. No one's going to do life support. I guess Timo is going to be the apex. So you're going to beat up the T-Rexes. Unlike other pod objectives, I feel like the side quest, this one feels like a main quest. Yeah, you got the main quest energy. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so we want to let this live, probably. So we're going to do the strat. We're going to take that out. We're going to open up the Mimica. We probably want to open this up. And then schedule. We're going to do the day 1 strats. There we go. And then we're going to run downtime here. And bedtime. No bath time. That's, we're not bathing yet. Cool. This is just vines. No fish. Are you winning? Yo, man. We're getting started. Going on, Paragon. Welcome in. All right. Are you gonna do the thing on the plants? That's what I want to see, man. I want you to tend the plants, my dude. Your fish, I'm gonna crush that DLC. Is there no buff on this? Oh. Pollination. Oh, I destroyed the tile and all the vines lost support. I see. There's no buff for pollination? I'm new to this game, and I've been looking for people to teach me. Do you mind explaining things as you go a bit? Yeah, ask the questions. Let me know what you have questions about. Yeah, games are they are gonna be similar. I'm gonna be learning too with the new mechanics because I haven't played the new DLC yet, so there's gonna be a lot of learning together. For the most part, though, if there's anything in the game that I'm doing that you don't understand, ask away. Otherwise, I don't really know what stage of the game you're at in terms of game knowledge. So if there's anything you see that's like, oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Just ask. Otherwise, you know, I'm gonna be going along trying to explain what I can, but you know, I've played this a lot, so a lot of times I feel like I'm just repeating the same things over and over again. So let me know. Shale, okay. Let's go with that. 18 to there. That's fair. Hey, Miss Chemical Stairs, I see you over there. Appreciate you. Wait, so what does pollinating even do? It's supposed to speed up growth, but there's no, like, buff on it? So what does that even do then? No buff? No buff feels weird. Alright, we're likely gonna have to go into here for the metal. So we're gonna go up, down. So 17, 18, 19, 20. Probably want to do that. %25% per cycle buff. It's with another plant. The plants will sparkle. Oh, they got the polish on it. I see. I feel like they need a tooltip for that though, realistically. They really should have a tooltip for that. Little bit of sparkle, pollinate the vines, not the trunk. Okay. The plants will sparkle. Cool. At a point, can you make infinite of each material? It's infinite in a sense that you get an endless amount in theory. So what I mean when I say that is that you don't have access to an infinite amount. You get access to the amount you store. So what that means is that if you could store an infinite amount of resource, you could automatically always get the most resource produced from some of the geyser buildings. So the geysers are never going to run out, but they have basically active and dormant periods, which basically means you can't overconsume, right? So if you're only getting, let's say, you know, you're only getting 1,000 kilograms of water during each active period. Let's just say that in theory, that's not actually true for a specific geyser, right? If you overconsume that in the production plus active, I mean, the active plus dormant period combined, you're going to run out of water before the next active period. But the geyser is going to give you the same amount every time it's active, right? So it's infinite in a sense that the geyser itself is going to run out, but you don't get an endless amount. So it's not technically infinite, if that makes sense, right? Because when a lot of people say infinite, it's along the lines of they could pull on demand as much as they want, an endless amount. That's not technically true, but you do never actually run out from the source. It's just that the source isn't always active, right? So you do kind of have to manage how much you're consuming, and that really all stems from the size of your colony. Once you get to a point in the game, you're going to have a pretty much inherent understanding of how much a dupe's going to want to consume in terms of, you know, that's just how much a dupe takes to keep them alive. Just normal dupe stuff. And once you have an understanding of that, all you got to do is just look at your population count. So it's not that difficult. It's just something that comes with time. Might be the individual vine. They're all sparkling. They're all sparkling. I've been ignoring things and that consume water and give oxygen because I was worried that the water was limited. Ah, yeah. Until you find one of these sources. Ooh, new stuff. Oh, new dino. Cold Dino. Bleach Stone. Dew Drip. New plants. Blob of Brackine. Wow. Dew Dripper. Brine Ice. Okay, there's the loot. So these guys eat it. And then you get bleach stone, I guess, which is the byproduct. But effectively, that's what sustains the dinos. And you feed these to the T-Rex. And then we get ice. And then the ice feeds the plants. Okay. Cool. Alright, alright. Don't forget the toilets. Yeah, that's a thing. Toilets are water positive, but it's like, it's only per dupe per day. So it's like, technically it's, you know, it's trace amount. It is some amount of generation though. I found a structure on my left that I'm scared of going into because it's like RimWorld. Okay, so there is no such thing as hostile events outside of very specific situations. So for the most part, you're not really too worried about things that will, you know, wipe you out like RimWorld. There are certain things that will wipe you out, but there's a lot of tells usually. So there might be a room that's in a vacuum, right? But and on the other side of the vacuum could be, you know, a magma pool. Since you're in a vacuum, there's no heat transfer, so you wouldn't be able to tell. However, any of the walls, if they could touch the magma, should emanate the heat, and you should visibly see it on the thermal overlay. Right? Extreme heat, extreme cold will damage your dupes. So things like that you could see. Now, for the most part, it really depends what type of equipment you have. If you have suits, the range of damage is a little bit higher and lower. If you're just wearing their regular clothes, they're going to be able to, you know, survive a certain range. It's just shorter, smaller. But yeah, there's no such like hostile entities that are looking to kill you. There are some critters that will be protective of their eggs. So basically, some critters, not all, when they lay an egg, they protect it. So if there's anyone nearby, they fight them. So that's the crabs, the poke shells. If you see those guys, they're like giant crabs with a giant crab hammer. But yeah, there's like certain situations like that. Outside of that, it's usually peaceful. If I new event is hostile, it's not that bad. It probably is, but it feels like a defense event, right? Yeah, it's a lot of this is managing temperature. The best way to describe this game is a thermodynamic simulator. Nothing in the other games in any genre does it better than this game. This game is a thermodynamic sandbox, for the best way to describe it. I can see chlorine gas and definitely a thing that can wipe me out. Okay, so a lot of things is that throw out common sense. Throw out common sense. Common sense has no... There's no reason to have it here. So for the most part, chlorine gas could be bad, but it's not as deadly as you think. I've died to chlorine gas, but it's because of a very specific reasoning. The chlorine gas will make you rub your eyes and then slow down your dupe. So if you're in a pit of unbreathable gas, right, you suffocate. But unless, you know, it's just a trace amount and it's floating around, or you break open a, let's say there's a gas pocket with chlorine and it flows out, or say the hydrogen flows out, that's usually not that bad unless it completely overtakes your oxygen supply. So the gases in this game aren't deadly. So gases that are normally poisonous to humans, right, in real life, oh man, if there is mercury gas, everyone's getting cancer, you know what I'm saying? And then there's mercury gas in the game. It's not gonna kill you. It's not even gonna make you sick. The gases in this game don't have any effects like that. If anything, if you're worried about diseases and things of the sort, you need to go into the disease tab. you'll realize that a lot of it is from a specific game mechanic known as germs. So gases won't have any real, it doesn't cause any problems. However, germs are going to be something you're going to want to look at if you're worried about contracting disease. But in terms of the gases, it's not that bad. Yeah, basically dupes aren't humans. That's a good way to describe it. Now, of course, you can play it safe. What you could do is, try to make a liquid lock. Basically, the idea is liquid is heavier than all gases just by default in design. So if you have a pool of liquid, you could pop out from this way, go above it, swim, pop back up, and then you could build a gas pump and then pump that to a different spot. My plan was to have polluted normal water run the same pipe because I heard they don't combine in pipes, and then use a filter to grab what I need. Is that a good or a bad idea? Why? A lot of times, you can combine the pipes in a single pipe. There's no real issue with that. A lot of times what people are worried about is power loss. So you can make a filter that doesn't actually use any power, but it's a little bit more advanced in terms of how you have to design it. But otherwise, you could do that. There's no problem with it, especially if you keep it as water-based liquids. So in this game, there's a thing called water-based liquids. If you go to Elements tab, Liquids, and you go into Brine. If you scroll down to the bottom, water-based. Anything that's water-based has a special property. Buildings in this game that filter or sieve the water. How did you get into the database? Right here, top right. You could also click on any building, and there's a little book right here. Or any resource. So let's say there's peat. I click on peat, database entry for peat specifically. Let's look at the Dino database, right? You could click on anything and click on the book. Takes you straight to it. So in the game, water-based liquids have a special property where if you're trying to filter, let's say polluted water with the water sieve, you could actually run brine, salt water, polluted water, or regular water through the water sieve. And the water sieve will let the other water-based liquids pass through directly to the output without using power. And then it will only filter out the polluted water and convert that to regular water, which is really good, right? I don't have to explain why. You basically could just make sure you run that pipeline that has mixed water-based liquids, and then it could just daisy chain all the different water filters, and then at the end, you always get water. So you do get things like that you could do with it. That's pretty cool. So your idea is perfectly fine. It's just that I feel like you might be lacking a little bit of information to really help you like succeed and thrive, like, some filter designs. But outside of that, that's perfectly fine. You just got to know what you're doing. But the amount you would lose is just a little bit of power, which is not a big deal. It's just for a lot of the people that want to have a long-term solution, maybe more end-game friendly, right? In the sense where it's going to be something you could have running and then don't have to think about it anymore. That will be your goal in the game. While you can make systems that you could micromanage, you're not going to always want to do that. You're going to want to improve a system to the point where you can leave it alone and it's going to do its thing when you need it. But yeah, survive and then improve. That's basically the namesake of the game. Can I move the gate thing that gives me new dupes? Or do I have to build a special room because it can't be moved? The initial one can be moved, but not really. So there's a very advanced technique where you could melt it right here. You're not supposed to be able to move it because you can't technically make the original printing pod. Instead, you get something called a mini pod that you could build on new planets. So you press Z, go to star map. Oh shit. Oh wait, it tells you where the tear is? Dude, it tells you where the tear is. That's insane, man. That's actually insane. Dude, that's actually insane. We could speedrun this a lot easier. So basically, no, the insane is the other part of the tooltip you didn't read. Dude, we have 200 cycles. It's not that bad. I get a lot done in 200 cycles. Dude, I beat the game, open the tear, and leave before the meteor hits us. We could literally open the tear and leave. Like, we'd be like, oh, it's gonna hit us? We going back, man, to the other timeline. So it says I have to build the telescope to access the star map. Okay, so you're on base game. I see. For the most part, if you're on base game, you cannot. You cannot move this. So unfortunately, no. You could move your base and just have this, you know, separate, but you cannot move this. In Spaced Out, you're supposed to colonize other planets, and they give you a miniature version of this that you could build wherever you want. So technically in Spaced Out, you can move it, but not really. Because it's not like we could deconstruct it, right? You have to actually melt the building. So you have to actually dump some liquid gas and heat it up past 1534 temperature. And then if you're able to do that, you'd be able to rebuild the mini pod somewhere else. But of course, it's not the same. Blast Shot Maker Meteor Blaster. Okay, they give us the tech. Ah, top of the map. Demolior. 199. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So if they hit us, that's what gets deleted? Dude, that's really cool. Okay. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. I like how the visualization goes away. It's coming, boys. Hey, let's go. All right, let's get that done. Let's get this done. I have been doing nothing. I don't even have toilets built yet, so we need to get that ASAP. So, door. Let's get this before we mess this up. This doesn't really matter. We don't even have water yet. We'll get there eventually. This ladder's in a poor spot, but we could use this as our down ladder and use this as our up ladder. Let's go up this way. Let's get the toilets in. I forgot the toilets, yo, man. No ghost matter, no spoils. I like to plan things ahead, so needing to build it because I don't know how easy moving things could be. I hear I could use the hefty cables to create a power system and transformers to run lines in each room. But the heavy cables can't go through tiles like normal cables do. Yeah, so that's going to be where you kind of have to be creative. If you want, I could give you a great idea on how you want to do that. But it's up to you. I don't know how much, you know, help you actually want. So in this game, one of the popular things to do, and well, I don't know how popular this is because I haven't been playing this game in a while. One of the popular things I would recommend, that's probably the best way to put it, is you want to build something called a power plant. If you hit room overlay right here, which is this button, you could go down and you have something called a power plant room. power plant rooms are really nice. Because you could actually start crafting microchips that are made from refined metals, and then they give you a 50% power boost, right? So what that means is that if your coal generator, I don't have that. If your coal generator, that's usually 600 watts per second, if that has a microchip on it, what happens is that it generates 900 watts per second at the same cost of fuel, right? So there is no resource consumption change, but you just get more power. It's a buff, basically. That makes it so that you get more power out of your resource, right? So your hydrogen, you know, gives you 1200 instead of 800, and it's really just a power gain. So you want to try to get that if you can. Now, for the most case, you need the power plant room in order for you to apply the microchips, but usually you're going to want to have a source feeding it, right? You might have a geyser that produces the fuel type for the generators, so you probably want it next to the geyser. What you would want to do is have that in next to the resource, and then you could run a spine. So let's argue, for the sake of the argument, that your power plant room was here, right? It just goes off to the sunset on this top left. What you could do is you could have an opening, doesn't matter where, run the wire through, and then you would run a spine. Vertical spine is usually what I would recommend, right? And then on each floor, right, you could run one of the transformer buildings right there. And then that converts your heavy wire to small wires. And then you could run the small wires through the walls. So it's very common to have these things where it's like a spine where you could pull power from. And then you would basically go closer and close the gap between your base and your power plant with the heavy wires, right? So your power plant's here, your base is here. You're going to drag the heavy wire close, and then you could build a spine there. And then that's going to be all your transformers. I'm assuming you know what transformers are. They basically convert the big wire into small wires. And the reasoning is because the big wire is going to have... I have a 5-wide spine in planning for my building right now, center next to my gate. Yeah, so if you got that, that's great. You should have it. So I'm going to assume you know what smart batteries are then, right? That's going to be the next thing to talk about. What's going on, World Dragon? How do you find geysers? So for the most part, you have to explore, right? You just have to push out on the map. It depends which version of the game you have. I don't know which DLCs you have. World Dragon. What's going on, Goldie? Welcome in. So I would highly recommend learning smart batteries if you haven't. Okay, I got you. So smart batteries should be the first thing you should try to understand. It is the only real thing you need to know fundamentally in order to really experiment with power, right? So I would highly recommend that. But basically what it does is it's a battery that you could connect with automation wire so that when your generator, you know how if you have a coal gen, it's just burning fuel, even if your battery's full, it will turn off the generator so it stops consuming so that you're not burning resources when you're already full power. That makes it so that your resources last longer, and you really need that in this game. Because of how the geysers work, you need to kind of get every drop from the geyser, right? Because you want to store it, and then you'd be able to extend the use of that so that you could survive the dormant period and use more power, right, so to speak. Tigso, welcome in. I see you over there. All DLCs. Okay, so the DLCs, if you do have them all, you press Z in spaced out start, and then you have a planet. You could click on this, go to status, and you could see everything you have here. So this is a, quick little infograph, and then you can see the meteor showers you will potentially have, and then all the potential geysers. If the geyser you're looking for is on this list, you could go to the map, the planet's right there, and explore for it. In my case, I don't have a single geyser nearby, so I can't show you, but it's on the map somewhere, right? So that's going to be the first step. Click Z, you get the star map, and then click on the planet, and you get to see like the map modifiers, if they have any changes to it, the exact biomes, right? And then you just have to explore. We could try to find ones. I could show you what to do once you find it and what signs to look for, because there's a very apparent layout that's always going to be a geyser. But yeah, we need some time before we get to that. I'll show you though. Have a good one, Geek. Appreciate you. This guy, got to do the breathing. Nah, it never gets that bad. While you can make like the devs in this game made a Super Mario World clone, like the Super Mario Brothers. You don't have to do that. You can though. One of the things you can eventually get to if you really opt to do that. All right, so we're just going to be getting set up. I'm a little bit, behind right now. So guys, bear with me as I get up to what I need to do. Okay. All right, the dupes are going to be fine now. Schedule, we're going to bop that. Looks good. We should be fine. Oh, we need to connect the power. Here. Okay, not bad, not bad. All right, so yeah, for the most part, Paragon, there's a lot to explore. I feel like a lot of times experiencing, certain things is going to give you the best way to learn it. Smart batteries are going to be just that. So I 100% want you to play around with that as soon as you can. That might be the most important thing in this game. Outside of getting smart batteries, I would suggest after that learning the infinite storage designs. Every resource in this game could be stored infinitely in a single tile space, but because of how pumps work and they're 2x2 building, you usually do like a infinite storage this big so that you could fit a pump inside, right? So there are different designs. It's really up to you if you want to do that, but I 100% suggest that you do want to learn that if you can. That's why I bought DLC for this game. Scratches an itch while be easy to understand, at least for you. I see you. I found conveyors. How much are those going to be used? They are basically mid to end game. In the beginning, you're not going to be able to use it because you need to get this skill, and you could see it highlights 4 other skills before that. So you have to very minimally play at least to cycle 100. Because you're not going to get the experience to unlock this unless you have a dupe, Zone welcome in, with the skill. Without the skill, you can't build a single thing from the conveyor tree, right? So auto sweeper, rails, conveyor loaders, receptacles, chutes, you can't build any of those until you get the skill. Another thing is that they all require power, and well, most of them require power, and refined metal. So a lot of times you're not going to have that in mass, and if you do, you're not mass producing it. So a lot of times it's something mid to end game, so you don't have to worry about this too much. For the most part, I don't really build a lot of this because I usually beat the game before I could really like utilize this. But they're still really good in the game. It's going to be when you want to automate something, that's going to be what you want to use. But yeah, you will use them a lot because they're the main way to automate a lot of jobs. Moving resources, it's very convenient. How do I get water to early game stuff? Solid things use water, but they don't have input for pipes. So let's say you're talking about the... All right, I'm gonna get this built. Then we get the computer. So let's say that you have something like the supercomputer. Supercomputer. This does not have pipes, but consumes water. When you have anything that's like that, where you don't have the, you know, input pipe, output pipe, whatever it is, your dupe actually delivers it yourself. So what that means is you need to be able to get bottled fluids. And the best way to do that is getting something called the pitcher pump. Later on, you have an alternative method that you could directly pull from your pipes, but, you know, I'm not going to get into that. The very basic way that I'm going to be doing as well, because I need to get water for my wash basins. There's no pipes for these, but they need water. You got to pitcher pump it. So you got to build one of these. The roots in the water basically signify what you have access to. And then you're going to be able to get water in bottles. Another way to do it is to mop it up. Right? You can mop up liquids that are on the ground. So if you really want, you know, we could go here and try to mop. Oh, it's too much liquid. But yeah, later on, there's another way to do it. Did I miss someone that was trying to join the colony? One's guy? Was it you, man? Did I miss you, buddy? I'm just talking to chat. I didn't drink the hydrate from Matique, so I got to do that too. Polak, welcome in. Yeah, one's guy, dude. Did you want... Where's he at, man? Did you want Oshcon or did you want to wait for someone? What's going on? X, my coal generators are not sufficient enough. What alternatives can I use? How many cycles are you in the game? Like, what's your cycle count? Because it's gonna basically tell me what kind of problem you have. So, exit Suru. What cycle count are you at? And you're saying you're using coal gens, but they're not, you know, it's not enough power. Near 100. What is it that's consuming all the power? Because the problem is that if you're at cycle 100 and you're using things you're not supposed to, you're running out of power. But otherwise, a coal gen should last. I actually don't even build a generator, and I use the hamster wheels for the first 100 cycles. So you could get by with the manual generator and a battery. A lot of the times, though, new players or people that haven't really figured out the early game yet, they start to build buildings thinking that, oh, I have an understanding of this now, and if I use it earlier, it's going to help me out even better. So you have things like people getting bathrooms ASAP, pumping up water, putting it in a reservoir, or sieving the water, not understanding that's constantly one dupe on the wheel, right? And they have an alternative where they just pick up dirt, put it in an outhouse, and then they clean it up later, right? You save a lot of time with a lot of the early game buildings because they don't require power. And if you jump too early to something for the sake of, I don't know, one of the traps is if you build a gas pump, right? If you build a gas pump and then you have your oxygen generation in an area down here and then you want to pump it so it goes to a different area, that's one of the worst things you could do because the building that generates oxygen costs half the amount of power. That's the thing that's really insane. So it's like you could do that. You're just spending double the power for no reason, right? And then building the pump, powering the pump, building the vent line is going to take time that you don't realistically need to spend because you could just build a generator there to generate oxygen and you'd be fine, right? You still have to build a power line, but it's like, you know, that's not that bad. So a lot of times you're probably consuming power somehow. That's a trap. 2 generators, smart battery, and I'm in a hurry for space. Ah. So if you're trying to do that, the best case for you would be to find a geyser. Realistically, though, all right, I wouldn't recommend this, but if you're really in a rush, one of the best things you could do for power, you might require a little bit of research, is to build batteries. Not batteries, but battery packs. What are those called? What are the freaking bionic dupes? What is that called, man? Is it not battery packs? Banks. Thank you. Power banks. So one of the things you could do is you could build power banks. While you could use a rechargeable battery, you got to have a generator for that. In your case, you want to rush space. What you do is you actually make the crafting table, right? And then you want to build metal power banks. Each one of these is 120,000 watts. And then you're going to need the power bank discharger along with this in order to use it. So that is going to be the... not the charger. This charger? Yeah. So this one is for a single battery, and then you have a larger one as well. So this one is a generator, and then you could make the batteries from metal. So you immediately craft it, right? You put 100 kgs of metal, and then you put in and you get a battery that has power in it. You put that in here, and you get 120,000 watts, which is basically running a coal gen for like 3/4 of a day. So you could immediately convert your metal into power. Warning, that's going to drain all your metal. So you could get into a situation where you can't tech up because you're out of metal ore, which means you don't get refined metal. So you got to watch out. You could easily consume all your metal this way. But if you really want to rush space, that's probably the smartest thing to do, because all you got to do is get a crafting station, which is an early game tech. Your dupes could convert metal to batteries, use that on a discharger. You got to get the discharger tech, and then it's basically like condensed coal, technically, because it's like you bring it to the building, you get power. And I believe it's really nice that you don't actually burn it like a coal gen does. A coal gen, right? Even if you have full battery, it's going to keep burning. The power bank is actually like a smart battery combo. It doesn't keep burning. It just gives you what you need. Okay, hope that helps. Something I've been hearing a bit was the building out of certain things. Is there a way to see when you build them out of certain materials? Okay, so a lot of times when you want to look at what the effects are, right? I can't show you. But basically, when you select it down here, there's going to be a tooltip on this that's going to show you the difference. So if you build something out of gold, the overheat threshold increases because it doesn't overheat as easily. So instead of overheating at 75, which is a common overheating point, it's going to say overheating on the tooltip right here, plus 50. Steel is going to say plus 200. Certain metals might say reactive, things like that. But when you click on the material, there should be a tooltip showing you a difference if there is one. So in my case, a storage bin making out of shell or a nickel has no difference. One dupe could only make 2 power banks per cycle. Yeah, it does take a while. But it's, you know, it's power though, technically. Welcome in, y'all. Wombat Hole. We got Ezekir. I see you guys, man. Collateral Damage. Kiwi. Sean X. I see you guys over there, man. Appreciate you guys. I no longer need to run 50 tiles of cable for one mech airlock. Yeah, man. They'd be like that sometimes. But yeah, if you guys have questions, I'll do my best to answer. We're going to be looking for a geyser, so we could show chat how to deal with that. All right, everything looks pretty good so far. We got the battery combo. We're going to get that in. We don't need to actually do this. This is one of the life supports. Go to priorities, life support. That's one of them. I actually should change this. +1. And then they're going to be doing it. So we're at max gas pressure. I'm not too worried then. That probably means the oxygen we got is really good. We're probably also going to want to start research. Let's get started. We're going to want farm tiles. We want to be able to grow food ASAP. We're also going to want to harvest all the plants that we can. Right? We just want to be able to do it ASAP. And then I think we need to do this. We need to effectively get a good amount of metal. So going up that way makes a lot of sense, IMO. That's an orange dino. This is what we call the Humpbackosaurus. There is traces of DNA. If you guys seen the Disney film, The Hunchback of Notre Dame is this guy's great grandson. And you know, man, he got that back, man. He got that back. All right, we're gonna probably want to grab water right here as well. I do want the gases to flow out. And then we'll go down this way. Dandrov, dupe me. All right, so one's guy. I apologize, man. Yeah, you don't care which guy you get. Okay, so Oshkon is gonna be one's guy. And then Zandroff, you have a preference, man? Is there a dupe you want? All right, he wants to be a nerd. How do we want to make him a nerd? I think I know. We got to give him the super high-waisted stuff. Hey, he got the high waters. Let's go. One's guy. Look at Snazzy. Look at that, man. He got that thing above his hip bones. They call that the high waters back in the days. All right, we got to get the O2 out. So the O2 is good. We're doing pretty well. We're creating space right now. I am playing on 1x speed. I really should speed this up. And for the most part right now, I think the only thing we're going to do is try to grab some water from right here. It's not going to be too bad. We probably want to do that and then trim this entire thing down. That way the CO2 has a way out. I probably want to do this as well. That way the CO2 kind of just flows out. We could drop down here. That's not too bad. We should be good. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. No preference. I would say this DLC has the most OP food start. Veggie poppers are BS. Veggie poppers. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm a fan of veggie poppers, real life. Oh, wow. Everything makes veggie poppers. That's actually kind of interesting. Okay. I wonder if we're going to be able to get a lot of wood then, if that's the case. All right, we're just exploring for now. No geysers. Cold outside area. Kind of interesting. I like the cold. Let's speed this up. All right. We got another question. I am stuck in early mid game when it comes to crude oil because it's too hot for me and my brain burns when it comes to cooling loops. Is there any way to cool things? Do you have access to ice? The easiest way to temper an area, to immediately cool down an area, the easily best way is with ice. It doesn't matter which type of ice you have, brine ice, polluted ice, regular ice, right? You want ice. And the reasoning why is because you could build something in the game that's made out of ice, and a lot of times people opt for something called the temp shift plate. So the combination of what you want to do is, let's say this area was hot and I really wanted to cool it down. You could do a 3-tile setup like that, and then you want to build this building. I don't have it yet because I'm in early game. You have to build something called temp shift plate. This is a pretty early tech. You get it right there. But it costs 800 kilograms of ice, so you're going to need a lot. Once you have it, you want to build it here between the tiles, and it's going to immediately melt. Now, the reasoning why is because the area that you're cooling down is probably going to be somewhat warm, right? And then if you have that, it's going to basically cool down the area around it and fight with the heat. Now, the reasoning why it's good is because the temp shift plate, this building, averages out all the heat around it. So if you build a temp shift plate where my ladder is, it will average out these 9 tiles. Now, of course, if you use a metal, the average out speed is going to be higher, but we're using ice because we want to melt the ice. That allows you to get a pool of water. And if you didn't know, water is one of the best elements in the game. It doesn't matter which one you have. Water in general is overpowered. What I mean is, if you look at water, it has some of the best stats in the game. So when you look at specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity, conductivity doesn't really matter too much for us in this case. We're looking at the specific heat capacity. This value of 4.1, you should look at it as 4,179. Like, that's the best way to get the idea of how good something is. Right? So let's say it's 4,000. And the reason why we want to say it like that is because things normally are closer to 1,000. Right? So this is 4 times more effective than most things in the game. Click on sandstone. You go to properties. The specific heat capacity is 0.8. Click on the phosphorite, 0.15. Dirt, 1.48. So the water being 4.1 means it's more effective by that many times. So it's about 5 times more effective than sandstone, 3 times more effective than dirt, a lot of times more effective than phosphorite. So what that stat actually means is every time this heats up by 1 degree Celsius, the other things around it go down 4 times lower. So let's say that the area was oxygen, right? And it was at 100 degrees. The ice is at 0 because it has to melt. So if we go into oxygen gas, we could see that the value is 1.0, roughly. So what that means is the gas is going to go from 196 and the water is going to go from 0 to 1. So when water gets to 25, oxygen is going to be at 25, right? Because it's going to be proportionally going down in that ratio. So you effectively immediately cool it down because of the temperature plate properties. If that's all you need to do, that's the best way to cool down an area. Now, you're talking about breaking into the oil. If you have the typical oil biome, the best thing for you to do is to find a pocket of oil and you can't go through because of the hot oil, right? What you could actually do is mop up the oil if you can, and if you can't, try to make an area. Let's say this is oil right here that's hot. Try to make an area in front of it, right? Like, let's say this is all dug out, and melt the water there, so you have a pool of water. What this is going to do is it's going to allow your dupes to not heat up. Even if this entire area is hot, if you have cold water here and you're in the pool of water, it doesn't have to be, you probably want like at least 100 kgs, maybe less, right? As long as your dupes are touching the water and the water is somewhat cool, like around, you know, anywhere from like 10 to like 50 before they start getting toasty, they don't get burned even if the gases are 100 degrees. So it's a weird thing. Just because water is just so much more effective at cooling everything, you're able to basically buffer the heat and fight it so that you don't take damage. Right? So that's the easiest way. No pipes, no frills. You could immediately do spot cooling. Permanent cooling, you need a building called the aqua tutor. This in and of itself is one of those things in this game that you really need to spend time and learn. No amount of me telling you what to do is going to help you understand what you need to do. While it will help knowing how to do it properly, you really need to experience it. Another thing like that is the steam turbine. Those things in this game are necessary components that you really need to really play around with. And then once you have an understanding of how that works, you're going to want to use radiant pipes and whatnot. You're going to be able to, you know, basically conquer the game. Because it basically solves a lot of the heating problems you're going to run into. Area gets too hot, your buildings are running and they're always too hot. That way you can actually have, you know, air conditioning. Cool it down on demand. Man, this guy sleeps loud though. I don't know if I like that. I mean, I don't want the bionic dupe, so we just take Quinn. Alright, Xandroff is in. Alright, let's give this guy painter's outfit. We're in. When I get a care package of water or another liquid, do I get it in bottle form? Yes, you do get it in bottle form. I'm gonna go in lurk mode and try to go through this new info for sure. Guys, if you guys have questions, let me know. Otherwise, hope you guys enjoy us kind of getting through and checking out the new DLC stuff. Ooh, geyser. So this is an uncovered geyser. One of the things I was talking about earlier is about locating geysers. You're gonna look for something called neutronium. If you ever have 4 tiles in a row like this, or sometimes 3, it's usually going to be a geyser on top of it. It's always going to be on top. Once you get to the edge of the map, it's a wall of neutronium, so it's not going to be geysers, you know? But when you have specifically 4 in sequence like this, there's always going to be a geyser on top. Sometimes it's going to be covered with rocks, and you're going to have to dig through. But that's going to be what you're going to need to look for. What food do you prefer for base game? Is mushrooms good because I use them for 500 days and my colonnade dies? So there is no such thing as a one food source feeds all. You a lot of times have to use whatever you have that's based off of geysers. So you have water geysers in this game, right? You could actually grow food with water, right? So there's a lot of plants that if you feed them water, like, you know, Bristol Balsam, the Avogaro node, like you just get food from it. So it really depends. There's no such thing as something that will always work because it depends on your planet. Some planets aren't going to have a lot of this resource. Maybe they don't have a specific geyser, right? That's not on there. And you're at the mercy of what you have around you. So you can't really just always use the same food type. It depends on your planet. One of the popular things to do is do hatches. And the reason why hatches are almost always used is because they eat something called minerals. Minerals are always going to exist in the game because that's how you make regular tiles. Right? So a lot of times hatches are very popular because they eat a resource that you're going to have way too much of, and you're usually going to be willing to sacrifice one of the categories of minerals to feed the hatches. That way, if you run out, you understand you're going to have to pivot or try to get it from another source. Another thing about that is they also eat sand. A lot of things crush into sand, whether it's salt, whether it's the minerals, whether it's a byproduct of crushing the metal. There's a lot of ways to get sand in this game. So hatches eat sand as well. So they're popular because they're versatile. But for the most part, you can't just use one. You have to, you know, get a lot of different types if you can. One of the popular things to do, though, is to do ranching alongside growing the food. There might be some synergy with the ranching if you have something that has synergy, but otherwise, you want to have variety. What's going on, Hattie? We're on lab map? Nope, this is just regular replica. We got the, I put the hatches in. I'm gonna put the hatches in. Can you put meat in smoker? Smoker changes a lot of the food. Yeah, I haven't gotten that. I haven't played around with it yet, but that's gonna be something we'll mess around with. Hey! Oh no! Oh no, bro. We got a T-Rex. Oh man, this little guy's gonna die. Feels bad, man. It is what it is, man. We gotta leave him alone. Alright, speed this up. We're gonna finally get some water. Alright, I need you guys to leave. Get a build right there. We're gonna start setting up our one-way doors. These are just gonna be open. We're gonna go to 2x speed. We're gonna bop these to 9 so they clean the toilets. We're also gonna go to germ and up this to 1,000,000 so he's not always disinfecting. We need him building. Okay, we're gonna be researching supercomputer because we need to get the tech. And then now that we got this done, we can get our pitcher pump. Good stuff, good stuff. We need to get farming started. Cold, warm. And we're going to be growing the... Maybe we'll grow those, but we need to do the sweet corns. All right, -5 to 40. That makes me think this side might be better. Because we could open up some of the cold. It's not going to be that bad. So what that probably means then is we breaking this open. Okay, we can't dig through that. We don't have the skill yet. It's fine. We go around. Okay, so we want to start trimming out this area. There's going to be a little bit of a cold leak here, which is fine. Ooh, new plant. Mega Frondia. Gigantic plant that dwarfs its surroundings. And then we get grain. Is this just big sleet wheat? Holy shit, it is. It's just big sleet wheat. That's actually nice. Holy crap. And it's a 9 cycle growth. Holy crap. 36 seeds produced per harvest. Dude, this is nice. This is net huge gain. Dude, that's really nice. You get a lot, man. I'll take that. Lums make carnivore true. That's kind of nice. I really liked the idea of making it so that carnivore isn't difficult anymore. Realistically, I think they never intended for carnivore to be that bad. They probably like, okay, this is a challenge. But then when they start realizing people are like failing it all the time, it starts becoming this thing where I feel like they don't really want that to be, you know, how it is. I might be wrong, but I feel like, you know, that's kind of where they're pivoting to. All right, should be good. 2x speed. Yeah, no longer have to do the specific setups. No longer have to do the sacrificial hatches. It'd be like that. Trapped? My man. How did you guys get in here? 2 of you guys. This is gonna break, dude. It's motherfucking fertilizer. It's like one of the weakest tiles in the game. There we go. Something happened with dupe jumping. They can now fall down if you dig the tile below them. Oh, they don't do the safe jump anymore. Oh, man. That safe jump was nice. You can't jump up there. Stop trying to get stuck. Alright, we're taking it kind of easy. Gonna get some food. We know that we have this huge gap to go up through. It's gonna be fun. We have a lot of water right here. Given how this works, I probably want to drain this. And then I want to move the water to the right side. So I probably want to do this as well. Let's open up these guys. I feel like it makes sense. Supercomputer's done. Nice. Let's get some rock crusher tech, and then we'll get the battery set up. We're gonna just tech up the rock crusher. We're not gonna actually do anything with it. CO2 is going down to the bottom because it's a heavy gas. That's fine. We want to continue this. Want to try to get as much of this dug out as possible. Okay, we got the one ways on the toilets for now. Oh, they're Drecos. Oh, they're Drecos. They could walk upside down. They'd Spooderman. Spooder Dino? They only have 2 legs, though. I guess it works. Alright, we're gonna let them work. We need them digging. Because of how this works, I think we do something weird. Where we try to have the food. Oh yeah, guys, if I missed any of the questions, because I was trying to go through chat earlier, let me know. Post them again. I might have missed it. But, yeah. I'll answer the questions as best as I can. Y'all were talking about these guys, right? Wait. Are they not a grazing critter? Are they not a grazing critter? They don't graze. Okay. They stomp. And then they eat the fruit. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. So they do stomp to feed themselves. That makes a lot of sense. These overgrow nodes. Do they have like a max distance that they're gonna grow the vines? Or is it just an arbitrary? Well, this is already a little bit further out. 12 to each side. Wow. They actually... Damn, 12? That's impressive. Okay. And these are at the 45. Oh, shit. Hot water. Okay. We got to get there. It's probably up here. We want to get through. They could grow on doors and on corners. Same with dartles. They make the dewdrop and then they eat them. Despite the description database. Okay. So are you saying that I could have a door here and then the vines grow on the door and then I could walk through the door still? Is that what you're saying? That's easily... Okay, and so let's say I have a door here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that how that works? And then we get, you know, up to 12. Wow. Dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow. That's really good. Oh, people do that. So you put the plant and it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah. Interesting. Yeah, there's going to be probably some argument about which one's going to be better at some point. I'm going to do double stack doors. I feel like that just makes sense. Yeah, you do that all the way, right? You pyramid it, right? You pyramid it. That's not bad. Holy shit. What was that? Guys, I need some water. I'll be right back. We're back. Oh, do you have idle dupes? What a travesty. Okay. I guess we could demolish this at some point. It's a light source, though. I might keep it there. Research. We want to grab this. We want to get our ladder setups. We got it here. Okay, so we're 6. We do get our first skill setups. So we have 2 people with dig skill. What is you do be, Mr. Zandroff? Okay, so he is digging. Alright, we're gonna have you dig. We have to build supply backup. And then we can make you operating. which is kind of nice. Okay, so Zandroff will get it. Timo will get it. Yeah. Then one's guy, D-Mayor. All right, that all works. Let's get that set up. Okay. We want to get down. Try to get the dig. Now that we could go through here. I probably go up top. And then we kind of just keep the hydrogen here. So then we have like a reverse liquid lock. I would like a hat. Okay, we got you. Something flew in my mouth, man. I was talking too much. Throat was a little parched. What's going on, Cthulhu? Welcome in. We got the old man acting young. Where you be, man? We got the old man acting young. I want to see it, man. Cover up that bald spot. Hey, he looks 10 years younger now. That's messed up, man. You could see a bald spot behind his snapback. There's a bald spot right there. The hair stops. Ah, oh, that's messed up, dude. There's a bald spot right there. Oh, man. No one tell him, dude. He's gonna get mad. They don't think it'd be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that, though, sometimes, man. I just hate to see it. Alright, we'll do that. We got the water. Alright, we're gonna seal this. So this is sending out 95 Celsius hot salt water. So we're going to be, you know, sealing this up so we don't get wrecked. This is effectively heating everything up. So what we're gonna want to do is do a couple things. First things first, we're gonna put a tile on this side. We could still climb through. This is to remove the water here so we don't get cooked. Touching the water is a death sentence. I mean, technically. So we'll probably do something like that. And then we'll be able to climb down if we need to, but we probably won't. Your love for dinos finally realized in your favorite game? Dude, all I gotta say is they actually gave the T-Rex feathers. Which is, you know what, that's anatomically correct. The weird thing is that didn't they also find out like the other dinos also had feathers? It just feels weird the T-Rex is the only one that got feathers. I'm also curious, did we get a flying dino? Flying dino. That'd be kind of interesting. We get the pterodactyl. And it's just a big puff. That'd be funny, man. All right, so we do want to do construction, bump this up to a 7. The digging, I guess we could do this as well. I want to get that started. Speed this up. Sleeping, we'll get bedroom soon. I don't think the feathers thing was proven. Wasn't there like a resin, like one of those amber fossils, and there was feathers? Or am I Mandela effect? It didn't happen, man. I'm just remembering some crazy shit. All right, H2 is gonna go up. It's gonna suck. Yeah, there was a feather in one of the resins, right? Yeah. That's why they were thinking that the T-Rex had burbs. Single specialization. The only one that really works here is this guy. Max the Rancher. Guys, we have an open dupe. We have an open dupe, y'all. His name is Max the Rancher. I'm gonna give him an outfit ASAP. All right, he's gonna be a dino. It only makes sense. He's gonna be ranching the dinos. D Mayor takes a second, dude. This is old man D Mayor, and this is young man D Mayor. All right, man. Cthulhu working on the ranch. Drinking that ranch water all the time. I would want to do that if I can. Cthulhu knows about the ranch water. Dude, I know about the ranch water, man. I'm not even over there. I know about the ranch water life. I can save my points then to end the stream. Oh, man. It's gonna happen, boys, one of these days. Alright, so we want to do that. Dude, he's halfway there. Living on a prayer. Take my hand, I'll make it, I swear. Alright, it's time for us to get some food up. We're gonna do some controlled digging. The feathers are drip, the kids would say. It is, man. There's only one thing I wonder, did T-Rexes do courtship dance like birds? Nah, man, you gotta, it's kind of like Flintstones. It was very archaic. Dancing is an art, dude. You could even argue that it was, you know, refined. But not gonna lie, man. I would imagine it was very archaic. Alright, so you see the slowdown? That happens because of the heat. We're getting cooked over here. Eye irritants, sore... Oh, I gotta get some beds. Okay, that's my fault. We'll get some beds. We'll get some beds. Yeah, we'll move the food storage a little bit higher up then. Realistically, though, we'll do these two. Feathers are drip. That means the T-Rexes were the swaggy kids at school that would wear different shoes every day. Be like, yo, man, you see my SBs? You see my Jordans? And you're like, what is that? Alright, time to get the farm started. Alright, this is going to be the sweet corn farm. I like to do this weird. So we're going to do dupe math. So these guys generate 800 calories every... What is it? 3 cycle. Oh, and they require pollination. Oh, crap. Okay. We'll have to do it like that then. So they require pollination to grow. Wow. Okay, so we have to make sure we have the mimicas. That's fine. And then we also actually probably want to keep them in a room. Still we'll do the math, right? So 3 cycles, 3,000 calories, and then 800 calories per harvest. We could convert the food if we really want it, because it basically doubles. Yeah, it basically doubles the food. So then we would need peats. That's fair. So that's not too bad. So we're doing something like... Yeah. I think that's fair. And then we do door. And then we have to have that in a separate room. Okay, that means we go this way. I guess for now we could do that. That way we get the building. So it's gonna be 2 1 4 1 4 1 4 1 4 1, and then we just have the wall there, I think. In which case we'll just put a tile. I think that's fair. We might also want to do something weird where we have 2 floor setup. Okay, so with that, we are doing pretty good. Let's grab the airflow, and then we need to start getting our food relocated. This is good. All right, so this is going to be how we seal this. We're going to make it so that it floods itself so that it stops producing water. Now, it might be weird, you know, stop producing water, but it's hot water, man. It's going to cook the plants. So we're going to want to do that to save the plants. All right, this part's going to be interesting. We are going to want to allow some of the cold energy to leak through. We actually want that. Now, I think it's going to be fine. So we're going to be getting food started. Bedrooms, I'm not really too worried about that. And then we're just going to seal the geyser. We don't have any properly covered geysers yet. Ooh, critter flux. Okay, one of the story trait buildings. Hey, what's this? Oh, dude, we got flies. Nits. Insectoid relies on supplementary nutrients from duplicates and other critters to mitigate the outsized energy requirements of its reproductive system. What? Hostile. Bred as food. Oh. Wow. Wait, betas? Oh, it eats flying plants. What's going on, little PP? Welcome in. You get amber. Huh. We got the egg over there. Okay. This is, I mean, mosquitoes, man. Mosquitoes suck. They be sucking the dupe blood. Feels bad, man. It is what it is, though. We gotta do what we gotta do. All right, we got the seal. The dupe didn't seal himself in. Let's go. That's, you know, a win for dupe kind. No casualties. We're just gonna let that stack up. Heat's gonna emanate, but then we'll be able to absorb most of it, especially with this pool of water right there. So, speed this up. We know what we gotta do. Let's get this wheel to a 7 so the wheel runner runs the wheel. Since we're going to be living here, we could probably set up the food storage right here. Makes a lot of sense that we would have something like that. So realistically, we'll try to trim the top. We're going to be ranching the dinos on the right side. Just because a lot of the dinos and the plants seem to be warm. So I'm hoping that makes sense. But then we find the cold over here, so it's probably all gonna be fine. I got a DLC, but didn't want to start over. Yo, man. That happens sometimes. Don't want to give it up, man. Don't want to give it up. I don't mind it for the most part, but yeah, it's a person-to-person thing. 100%, 100%. All right, let's get some temporary beds. Oh, new Flintstones. What's that RimWorld thing where you want the very basic stuff? Aesthetic? Is that the word? You do the stone bed, no comfort, basic food. Yeah, man, I got the aesthetic lifestyle, man. That's the first thing I see when I see that, man. Love the blueprints, though. Yeah, the outfits are nice. Not gonna lie. Outfits are nice. right, sweet corn. We're gonna need to finish building this though. So let's try to get this done, and we will temporarily seal it off. All right, so we know that we need 4 plants per dupe, and the reason is because it's 3,200 calories that we get, and then they need 3,000 for each growth period. That's going to be the way to balance. Oh, there's a Flintstones wheel? Oh, shit. I'm in. Dude, they should do a Flintstones battery. That'd be cool, dude. Dude, they need to make a Flintstones rocket ship. Like, you see the dupe's feet literally pedaling through space. Dude, they had a piece of rock that said power is yes. And then it's like, oh, we have power. It's like, what? Yes, there's power, dude. It says yes. It's like, that's the power rock, dude. All right, we're going to want to grab automation wire. It's always nice to have. Dude, that'd be tight, though, man. You have a ship like that? That'd be really cool, dude. I'm just saying. All right, so we have to get our first enclosure in. We don't have to fully grow, but I'm going to be assuming some stuff here. What's that device on top of the ladders? This is... do you remember on the Frosty Planet pack? They gave you one of these research portals because it gives you technology for free. So in our case, we got Blast Shot. So we have the meteor shooting down tech, right? So, oh yeah, one of my dupes snores. That's right. Crap. Who was it? Oh, Xandroff. All right, you sleep on the end, buddy. So this is basically, it gives you free technology, because in Frosty Planet Pack, they gave you the heater, the wood burner, right? The wood burning heater, and then you could get warm that way. They gave you the meteor shooter, because there is a meteor on the way. It's going to be here in 200 cycles. And when it does get here, it's going to destroy this much of the planet. So I don't want to destroy that much of the planet. So we're going to have to shoot it down. So it's just free tech, right? It's nothing special. All right, so I still need to go up this way. I need to go up this way. We're going to do what's called a natural ladder. And then we're going to climb up so we can move the water. Countdown's happening. This just shows the impact zone. It doesn't really affect anything else. But yeah, 200 cycles from the get-go. So cycle 200, it's going to hit us. Well, 201, right? Yeah, we had to move the guy that snores. Appreciate you. Thank you for the reminder. I completely forgot, man. I'm gonna be real. All right, speed this up. We'll look at the blueprint later. CO2's at the bottom. Not too worried. This is gonna naturally crack open. I guess I wouldn't mind a flat ground here if they're bored. We're gonna be creating space so that we can move the water away. Ice is melting. That's not bad. And then we have a salt biome. Same temperature, so there's no worry there. All right, this is good. Mimic us. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then at the end. So it's going to be 5 dupes. We're going to copy this. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. So this is barely good. All right, we're gonna have to make another area then that we're gonna want to use the strategy for. How many missiles? I don't know, man. We'll have to find out once we get to that point, but I don't actually know. First time doing this. I haven't actually played. I didn't do any early access beta testing, so I have no real idea. I'm hoping we get it done, but you know, we got to get the beginning started first, right? We do gotta get the upgrade. We get a peat burner. Okay. Take a look at the smoker. We cycled 9. We cycled 9. Let me get food storage up first, and then I'll look at it. I honestly probably don't look at it, though. Realistically, I don't have food storage. Unless the smoker makes food that doesn't perish. 8 cycle spoil time. Yeah. We're likely not going to look at the smoker yet until we get food storage, because there's no real point. We're just going to be balancing out plant growth. Right, but I won't be able to have food for a long time. When you cook food, it spoils faster. That's one thing that's really, like, a lot of people don't really understand that. Anytime you cook food, it spoils faster. Sometimes it's the same rate that carries over, but typically it will spoil faster, and I don't know if I'll be able to, you know, be good with that. Auto or the little dino baby? They should. Smoked food typically should last longer. But it didn't look like it did. Did we get the little baby? He's cool. His little derpy eyes. What's going on, Zaloon? Welcome in. Hey, if there's something you don't understand, let me know. I'll do my best to explain it. Getting a second rancher is not that important right now. Honestly, though, I wouldn't mind, like, specific recipes that last longer, like getting jerky. Is that a food? Like, getting jerky, I feel like just makes sense. And I imagine they didn't add that, right? Yep. Like, if they gave us, like, beef jerky, I'd be like, okay, that makes a lot of sense then. Alright. The mimicas are going to be what we need for the food to start growing. We're waiting for the pollination, which is fine. From that point, we're going to do same thing. We're going to need to continue the growth setup. And then we're going to have to build that out. So that's going to be how we want to do that. Research has been pretty good. Okay, so we have automation wire, some of the stuff, O2 mask. No mud. I don't really need toilet tech yet. I guess that's ranching time then. This is where I would grab ranching. For the sake of not having real tech, we're just going to run that. We're going to deconstruct this and move the smart battery in. Smart battery, the supercomputer. We need to get the tech set up. Right? That way we get the lab for the research bonus. And then let's try to build that first. That should be good. So we want to move the water eventually. We'll probably want to eat up here. And then we need to have food storage, right? We can't go straight up, so I feel like food storage should be here. Water storage at the bottom? That kind of makes sense. Okay, let's do this. And then we want to probably do a trim down here. My dupes might die, huh? Let's not do that then. Does the double doors stack sufficient enough for air circulation? Because I use a lot of special tiles that allows... Yes, so a lot of times the reason why I double stack the doors is because the airflow is 100 metal. So that's the same price as a door, but the door is a 2x1. So that is cheaper, which is why I do this. This allows airflow, and I do this for basically every room that I want to have good airflow in. Sometimes you want to limit it, or, you know, because of gases you want to try to contain, you'll have to use tiles. But in most cases, I actually recommend using a double stack pneumatic door. But yeah, airflow is pretty good. My oxygen pumps are at the bottom. Oh yeah, we gotta open these. I don't want the dino to be sad times. Okay, we got that in. Cut the battery here. Time to get rid of that. How big is the dupe? Can they fit 1x1s? Kind of. So this is technically a 1x1, but it's a 3x1, right? So they could go from here to here, crawling through. So threes, right? The pattern is basically for natural ladders, 3x3 offset. You could also do it, you know, like this. This is what you call a natural ladder. So this allows you to climb up without having to build ladders, so you don't have to spend time building. You have to watch out for items that fall, though. Right? Sand, mud, they will fall down and, you know, basically mess up your dimensions. But they're a 1x2. And for the most part, there are certain situations like this where they could kind of get through. I'm a sucker for looks, so you do the airflow top tile. Yo, man. The price you pay, man, for the good-looking stuff. It'd be like that sometimes. Our research is in. It's time for some ranching. That way we could start moving the dinos around. And then we could catch these guys and move them into the room. Realistically, though, I just need someone with ranching skill. It's preference. It's preference. The double doors is clean because it's basically one material type for the entire thing. A 1x4, you could probably mod that in. That probably does exist somewhere, to be honest. Okay, so we are going to do this thing here where we want to get the water down here. We're building that ladder, research, doors are open. That's pretty good. We're going to keep these closed. I don't want things coming in. I have a weakness for double doors. They have the advantage of being able to control dupe access while allowing them to escape. Yep. That's 100%, man. Double stack doors, I started using back when we had to have the OG Paku feeder design. The OG Paku feeder design, before they actually made all the Paku changes, you had to do a daily delivery of 1 kilogram. And it's like, if you don't have that specific door set up, they overfeed the Paku. And that was back in the days before they fed them seeds. And then even when you fed them seeds, it was like, oh, the seeds suck. You still want to feed them algae. Oh, man. I don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna want to try to dig through as much as we can, and then we want to open up the pocket. This is a, you know, snack this. I'm not too worried about flooding that. But basically, we're gonna create a water pool at the bottom. The logic is, I don't want to pump this, so I'm gonna use something called gravity. Gravity is gonna allow us to have the water just kind of spill all the way down. And it should work pretty well. Oh, he made the jump. I forgot about the change. All right, so we're gonna get the water coming through. It's fine. Dupes are more susceptible to falling now when you dig the tile underneath them. I already had a dupe get stuck here today, man, at the very beginning of stream. For whatever reason, they keep falling. It's like that Kelly Clarkson song. I keep falling. I don't know the words though, it feels bad. You haven't played any of the new content packs, yo man. My man. Oh wait, are you stuck? Is he stuck? Is he stuck? I don't actually know. Anyone know the dimensions of this dino? Is this a mammoth? I don't know what kind of gate I got, but every time I get an option for a yoke dupe, I got one with plus 11, another with plus 7, started with the plus 11. Wait, what do you mean, Paragon? I don't think I understand that. I have fallen in love with the bottom under the clock, coolest way to show the meteor. Yeah, this is nice. I'm not gonna lie. Strength. So are you saying when you print out a dupe? So click on, so is it through printing or buffing them? I guess that's the question. He's stuck, hence he's unreachable. Okay, we're gonna free him, boys. Not the clock, the little button under the clock. Oh, this one. It shows you the zone, and then there's a little animation right here. Hey, that is pretty cool. That's where the entire DLC budget went to. I don't prefer to do spawn before algae is finished. They heat up very quickly. By the way, does using water for spawn prevent the heating? It doesn't prevent it permanently, but it's the best way to slow it down. One of the things I like to do is you either cool it in the room itself or you run an icebox. So basically, let's say you have your spawn right here. What I do is I attach an icebox, like right there, insulated tiles, right? And then I run water. Since water is 4 times more effective at cooling than oxygen is at heating up water, you know, the water heats up by 1, but then the oxygen cools down by 4, right? Now, the thing is that water pipes hold 10 times the mass of gas pipes. So what happens is that your liquid pipes are going to have 10 kilograms of water moving, and your gas pipes are going to have 1 kilogram. So that even magnifies it even more. So it's a 40 to 1. Your water increases by 1 while your oxygen cools down by 40 just because of the mass difference. So what ends up happening is that you could run a small little icebox that you keep cold with the aqua tuner. Hopefully you have that. Right? If you don't have this, you could actually use a cold water geyser with a temperature check to keep it cold. And then do that to cool down the oxygen as it comes out. That's actually what I recommend. I highly recommend doing either an icebox design or doing... Oh, man. We got to save him. We got to save this little guy. He's going to fall into the water. Oh, shit. But, yeah. The water's really good at that. So water is great stats. I'd recommend it. All right, that's still slowly growing. Yeah, when I see the printing bot option, I get an option for yoked up dupe. Not a question, it's an observation. However, I do have an option for Joya seeds. 3 of them. How good are... Joyas are the best seeds in the game. In this game, you have something called room layouts. Some of them require a decor item. Right, so look at the Great Hall. You need a fancy decor item. So once you get a fancy decor item, it's usually going to be a plant of some sort until you get statues, which is later on. If the plants wilt like this, you lose the decor item. So that means you lose the bonus from the room bonus. So a lot of times you either have to control the temperature or you get a plant with the absurd temperature range. And that's where Joya comes in. Joyas are the best because it's 0 to 100. Now, of course, a lot of times you're going to want to be like around 20 to 30 Celsius because that's going to be the normal temperature of dupes, 37. So a lot of times, Joyas are going to be the best thing for you, unless you're doing the Frosty Planet, which, you know, you're going to need the ice plants. But yeah, Joyas are really nice. I probably always put them in the Great Hall if I can, just because they're very reliable. And Great Hall is 6 morale, so really nice. All right, we got this done. That's gonna fade. We got this guy. Can I? Nope, can't wrangle yet. We gotta wait. All right, so he's chilling. We could go down. All right, let's go into here. We're not gonna break the wall. I might want to dig out space though, and then I want to start draining the water from here if I can. And then I could jump up top. Is it safe to assume you'll purposely let the meteor hit us on your next run? Maybe, I don't know. I do want to do a run where we get hit by it. I want to see the effects. Like, does this become space biome? You know what I'm saying? Does this just become space biome? And there's a big hole of a vacuum? Like, that could be a challenge run. Purposely get hit by Demolior, but then make it so that it doesn't impact the quality of life. New lab map? Okay. Yeah, I haven't done it, seen it, so we'll have to do it to experience it ourselves. We'll do it at some point, but yeah. That is going to be something we'll eventually want to check out. Alright, so very quickly, we have about 45 tiles, and there's about 5 tiles there. So with about 40 tiles. 55 with about 15 tiles. I should be able to crack this then, and it shouldn't be any problems. So we could only crack that from the top. Let's do this one first, so that we have more space for the water spill. Oh, Ghost Matter. Come on now. Why are you spoiling it, man? Stop talking. It's cool you want to talk about the game, but come on, man. I just told you I haven't looked at anything. That's not a spoiler. I'm not on the lab map. I haven't seen any of the features, man. No, man. I would appreciate it if I could kind of go through this and experience it. I'm in a hurry to get to the mid-game. Are there any specific requirements? Mid-game usually means you have food and oxygen covered. And then you're at the point of the game you're trying to control temperature, which means steel and plastic. Once you get steel and plastic, you enter endgame, where you're basically able to make final designs. So early game is solving oxygen and food, even if it's not a permanent solution, right? You have to be able to survive like, I don't know, 50 days. I don't know what's the amount you really want to be. You basically have to have that covered so that you could invest time doing other stuff. And then once you're at that point, you're looking to get refined metal and steel. Steel is going to be the gatekeeper of getting to the end game. And that's because steel has the overheat 200 property right here. Overheat temperature 200 degrees. That makes it really nice. It allows you to basically solve a lot of your heating problems. You're able to start getting a lot of the rocket stuff. You could stop meteors now with the bunker doors that specifically require steel. And for the most part, steel is going to be a metal ore as well as a metal. So once you get to the end game, you might have mined out all your metal. And there's no such thing as a metal ore geyser, right? So that means once you use up all your metal ore, you're out. That's where steel comes into play. There's still things that specifically require metal ore. You could actually build that with steel. While it's expensive, it's better than not having any options. So a lot of times getting steel is going to be how you go from end game or mid game to end game. And then going from early to mid game is solving food and oxygen so that you could spend time doing refined metal work. And then in the mid game, you're trying to get the buildings, trying to get the resources that you need. That's not for survival. So oil, right? You're going to want that either for a fuel source or as a way to get plastic. Maybe you're going to be doing ranching for specific critters to get the plastic. Maybe specific plants that don't give you food. And you're doing that for plastic, right? You're going to basically be hunting for materials at that point. But that usually signifies some sort of stability, right? So that's going to be the telltale sign. Right, but it's like I haven't played it yet, you know? Right? Like, I didn't know I would have to think about that, and I'm not playing the lab map yet. That's like telling someone, hey man, we're going to be doing a 3-point shootout competition for the All-Star game. Wait, what? When did they say that? Oh, you didn't get the memo? It's like, no man, that was only for NBA personnel. I'm just a media member. Like, I'm not supposed to know that kind of a thing. Like, oh shit, now I'm writing articles about it. Like, dude, this motherfucker was not supposed to know. It's like, yeah, if you wait to that point, get to that point. But it's like, now I know beforehand. I could pre-plan out my strategy. And then it's like, okay, if I could do this now, we could rush it and try to get it done earlier. But yeah, if you can, man, you know, we trying to hang out, play the game. Any like, oh yeah, just do it this way, just do it that way. Like, we don't want any of that. That's one of the things I feel like I see people do. They'll be like, we see something new for the first time. It's like, yeah, just make a ranch. You put 6 of them and just make sure they have this in it. I'm like, that kind of just ruined, you know, that kind of just ruined, like, trying to figure out how to deal with this. And that happens. It's just, you know, I just don't know the purpose of bringing that up. I'm like, I don't know how that helps me with anything. All right, so let's just stop talking about the lab. All right, water's drained. We're good now. I want to try to get food storage. Let's mine this down. We could trim this from the bottom, so let's get it dug out. Get that built. We're gonna get a temporary food storage, so we can start moving the stuff. Food is very low, very bad. We might actually have to eat one of these guys. And then we are researching that. So I don't have wrangling yet. So we can't actually move any of these guys. Let's might as well go all the way up. We want to dig everything out. Food storage, that might not be anything I really need to care about until I could actually start doing the mimica buds. How long for this? 5 cycles, so I guess it's been 2 to 3 days. And then self-harvesting mimicas. Okay. So now we probably have to eat one of these guys. Feels bad. Oh, we can't. Because we need to get the smoker in order for us to actually eat this, right? Inedible until cooked. Okay, so those guys can't help us. Does that mean we're eating dirt bars? Oh, man. That kind of sucks. I don't want to eat dirt, man. Back to the old school days of eating dirt. It is what it is. Okay, so we're just gonna have to try to lure one in. Like, there's no real other option, I don't think. We could dig this out. I don't think it's actually gonna help us too much. So let's try to open this guy out. If we get stuck, just dig it out. Try to free him. Get the harvest. Try to free that guy. Try to naturally get the Mimica to run in here. There's 2 of them. Have a good one, Paragon. We'll see you next time. Okay. So it's not really going to matter until one of these guys path in. If they do, they could do the entire area, hopefully. Problem is that they don't have a lot of life, right? 5 cycles. We're just hoping they're going to path in so we could potentially get some pollination. Is it weird that the favorite part of the DLC is the new skin? No. Let's be real, that's not weird, man. Aww, heat issue. Classic. Can you look at for their eggs? Got no eggs. Looks like these guys don't want to path, even though they can. Free this guy. Let's go up that way. So we really just need a way to get food. He's in! There we go. Now we got a pollinator. Let's go. Food's gonna be starting to grow now. Hopefully by the time this guy passes, these things grow. And then we'll be able to get the cycle started. Alright, that's kind of nice. Let's get the thing dug out there. That's on harvest. Okay, cool. Let's try to do that. Alright, we could actually spill more water in here. How much is this? 20-ish tiles. We could probably spill it out. Yeah, no problem. I probably should. That way we'll be able to clear some of the space. Yeah. We'll get it ready. Let them work on that. And then we could clear it out, get a food storage. Looks like, yes. It's finally coming together. Looks like I should have grown these plants first. We'll probably want to set up the vine fields now. So let's finish clearing out the water. They do got some sweet corn. Let's not eat the snack fruit and nutrient bars so that the sweet corn is good. We want them to eat that if they can. Static Icarus, I see you over there, man. How are you? Corn is not sweet. Sweat, my bad. My bad. It's sweat corn. I don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. You gotta put in the blood, sweat, and tears in order to grow it. One, two, three, four, five. Joyous seeds, I'll take that. We don't want to grab another dupe because we don't have food to provide for them. We do have the growth right here. Maybe that's what we want to do. Alright, this got done. Let the water spill. We should be fine. And then we'll start clearing out space right here. Yeah. This guy's in a bad spot. Maybe he just likes the warmth. Alright, that's gonna drown the plants, unfortunately. Research is done. That means insulated tile tack. And we probably get ready for a spawn setup. What kind of water do we have here? Polluted water vent. That's pretty good. If I find that, that solves our water concerns. That'd be the only geyser I need to find. Outside of that, we should be okay. I don't know where it's at, though. Alright, we just got a bunch of food right there. Good stuff, good stuff. Ah, dupes aren't doing anything. Start getting the digs in. We need to just start digging, technically. Soon, boys, we're gonna get some food proper. Now, the dupes, if they're topped off calories-wise, they could survive 3 days without food. So, I'm hoping we'd be fine. Hoping we'd be fine. Spilling out the waters. Waiting for the dig. We're gonna start trying to get these plants in. Trying to get a setup if we can. This makes sense to start placing. Because we want to line it up. Wait for the water to spill before we add a tile there. Yeah, we should be almost done draining. Okay, not too bad. My man, 80%. Oh, he's pollinating the freaking buds too. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. All right, so let's copy. Here, 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 here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll probably want to do it like that. Not too bad. All right, let's speed this up. 3x speed. We know what we're doing. Yeah, we're on normal difficulty. That's a lot of butterflies. Hey, man. We're trying to pollinate, dude. We're trying to pollinate. We want to guarantee the pollination. Okay. You know what we could do? We could put the... What do you call that? Not the dew dripper. There's the other plant that eats the plant right there. Lure plant. Oh, it needs to eat the nits. Ah, never mind. I thought that because it was able to eat the other plants, other animals, I thought it'd maybe be worth it. It looks like it's all the same, though. I'm not sure. So I was thinking maybe we put some down there hanging and we could get some of those for Amber. I don't know, though. We'll have to see, right? We do be the digging. Probably want to do this then. All right, geyser's blocked off on itself. Not too bad. This is not hot, so it's fine. So we have volcanic activity. So we should see... Oh, there it is. Some sort of heat here. There it is. All right, there's where our heat source is going to be. At least one of them. Second one down there. All right, that's going to be far enough away that I don't think we're worried about it. It's also covered with abyssalite. We could see the raw magma. All right. Gonna mop it up. We're gonna get the floors in, get the tiles in, get the research and insulated tiles good. Let's grab liquid res. Oh, the first butterfly is alive. We're in, boys. We are in. This guy wants in, dude. He's like, let me in. Let me in. He wants to pollinate the plants. Be like that sometimes, man. This guy's snoring by himself. Super loud. Oh, we're still doing the moppage. That's fair. Let him build. Let him mop. We'll be swimming in food soon. Wow, I didn't realize I really had to rush this in order for this to kind of like come in a timely manner. Getting early ranching actually would have been really nice. If I was able to wrangle from like cycle 1, that would have been super helpful. So it feels like if you get someone that start off with ranching here, it'd be really, really good. We're gonna go all the way up. Just because this is going to be the ladder that we go vertically up with. I'll probably stop maybe right here. But we need to have the water pool spill. Now that all the water is there, I might actually seal it off. We'll see though. One of the things I like to do, because of how items work and how the schedule works, at the end of the schedule, the dupes will drop their items. And that really sucks. Oh, alright, we'll let you eat the snack fruit, dude. It's fine. Okay, these are all pollinated. Alright, boys. Part 2 of the strats. That's gonna be what we do. So now, up top, all the butterflies just go to the bottom layer. Let's go. Oh, my favorite is when they drop power cells in the water. Oops. Power bank. And then it's like, oh, well, that's it. Just gonna get a small explosion. That's what we call the fun times. Oh, we're out of seeds. That's fair. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, this is going to be 7 dupes worth of food. That's going to be our new target. 7 dupes. Which is going to be fine. We're still building out the areas. All right, all right. Cold areas. This guy is doing the self-drown shenanigans. I feel bad for this guy. Brine ice has a new texture. It's kind of nice. I feel like I need to vertically go down. Oh, you could build over plants now? Oh, that's so good. Dude, that's so good. No more having to do halfway and then you have to like use the gun, shoot down plants. That's so good. What's going on, Hunter? Yep, we're back. We are back. It's been a long time So long that we got a new DLC. Dude, no mod required, dude. It's sweet. That really is sweet. All right, food is back on the menu. Who would have thought? We'd be eating food again. So algae's fine. We're gonna be moving down. We want to dig this through. I could probably do this. Ooh, mushrooms. Oh, narcoleptic farmer. How do I want to do this? We technically don't have the food yet, so we should wait, and we'd probably get another dupe later. Let's just get more joyas. It's always nice. This is on auto harvest, so we're fine. Let's dig this through. All right, so this is effectively going to be the hydrogen lock. Got the gas lock. The lesser known variant to the liquid lock. It works to a certain degree. All right, this is actually net negative, which is really nice. So that means the amount of heat leaking out is not enough to really bop it. Though right here it might be kind of bad, so I might want to do something there. I want to use up the water here if we can. And then that way we could reseal this so we don't have to worry about that. Or maybe use that as an entry point to break into the cold biome. I want to try to keep that cold as long as we can. So far so good though. I don't really want to demolish this because it's a free light source, but we might have to. It feels bad, man. Research is done. Smart battery is going to be something we want. All right, let's dig this so we can climb down through the bottom. Nice, so we can get water now, pretty easy. Oh, we can dig this from the bottom, dig all that. Let the CO2 spill out. Gravy. Alright, so because of the abyssal line, we're gonna have to reroute where our ladder goes. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait. 3, 5, and then 5, and then we do it here, I guess. That's not bad. There we go. What's going on for Artificial Z? I rage quit Oni a few years ago. Watching you play has me thinking about giving it another go. Hey man, if I'm playing and you need help, if I'm playing a different game and you need help, just ask. Like, one of the things that I kind of wanted to do was to help people play this game and not rage quit. The funny thing is that, you know, it's tough to do that. But yeah, if you need any help with this game, I got you. For the most part, I feel like there's like a fundamental level of understanding that if you have, you could get through any problem in the game. But that fundamental baseline knowledge is hard to achieve. Like, it's not difficult per se. It's more so that there are key things you need to understand. And with that in mind, yo man, ask away. Anything about the game you're curious about. Anything about the game that you need help with. If you're looking for advice or maybe a straight up answer to a problem, let me know. I got you, man. The best part of the DLC is the baby critters. They're adorable as hell. Dude, if there's one thing Clay does really well, is that they make the babies like purposely derpy enough that they're cute. Dude, there's a word in Japan that they have it where something looks so weird it's cute. And that's kind of like the art style of clay. Like when you look at the baby puff, it looks weird, but it's like, okay, that's kind of cute, man. No, not kawaii. That just means cute. They have another word for things that look so weird that they're cute. It's a different word that's like specifically pertains to looking weird. And it's because it's weird that it's like, I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, there's a word for that. I was like, you know what, man? That is kind of true. There's a lot of things that look odd enough, weird enough, that it's like, okay, that's kind of cute. And I feel like they do that with the baby critters pretty well. Across the board. Is there a baby critter you guys are not a fan of? Hey, Calestrian, coming in with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Guys, if you guys don't know, if you guys have Amazon Prime, you guys have Twitch Prime. And of course, that means you guys get a free sub to the streamer of your choice. So even if it's not me, make sure to use the Prime. Support your local streamer, because goddamn, it's tough out there. So yo, man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Calestrian. And that thing does not auto-renew. So make sure you use it each and every month. That way, you know, whoever the CEO is of Amazon stops pocketing $5 bills. It's like he's getting paid way too much already, man. And he's getting $5 tips. How's the new DLC? So far, interesting. So, we have a meteor hitting us. It's right there. It's going to hit us in a 200 cycles. It's been 16 cycles, so we have 184 remaining. And we got to shoot it down. So the thing with that is, you know, we got to get up to space. We got to get the new missiles. And then we got to make the new missiles to shoot it down. So far, we're kind of at the very beginning. I don't know how the new DLC is. We just got all the new stuff. I'd imagine I'm honeymooning right now. So it's going to be biased. And if I say, this is amazing, it's because it's new. You know what I'm saying? Anytime the new stuff always feels amazing in the very beginning. It's the honeymoon phase, right? I feel like it's super biased for me to say anything about the game at this point, because I'd be, oh dude, it's great, it's new, you know. So it's like I can't really say anything about it right now. All right, so we're going through. We got the new plant synergy. We're gonna try to get some dinos up soon. Let's get a little bit of cleaning done. We'll do these 2 floors. That way we could move the stuff and clean it up. Actually, I'm gonna be lazy. We're just gonna drop everything down. This water is warm enough. Okay, so we are gonna want to do a weird enclosure, I think. So when the dino jumps and they do the stomp, right? Is there a limited range? Does the plants have to be on the ground? Y'all know what I'm asking? Very limited range. Okay. That might mean our design might have to be a little different. Would be cool if you could flush items in water. Dude, that would make this game a nightmare. Not because pushing the items, but because it would lag the shit out of this game. You would lag so badly, man, if that were to happen. Like, this game is already at its limits when it comes to, like, computation. Dude, imagine moving debris with water. Oh, God. And that means water would also have the debris float. And then pathing? Oh, Jesus. That would be a nightmare because it directly impacts how pathing works in this game. Like, that would be a cool idea, but it'd be a horrible time. Critter pathing still an issue. Yep, look at this guy. Look at how much space he could move, dude. Too much freedom of movement. Last time I played, I had a stable colony. I got to the surface, and then a meteor shower seemed endless. Yeah, meteor showers never stop. Basically, you should really only go to space once you get something called steel, because you need to make something called bunker tiles and bunker doors. These can withstand high pressure and impacts. They basically don't get destroyed by meteors. The problem is that they specifically need steel. So you don't really want to get to the surface until you have steel. Now, of course, it depends. Not every meteor type actually breaks all tiles. The only ones you need bunker tiles for are the ones that are metal based. So in our case, yeah, we do need steel. Copper, iron, gold. Metal based meteors will break everything that's not steel. Well, they should. There are certain things that they'll just take damage and not break completely, but it really just depends. But in this case, yeah, we would want the steel. But yeah, that's going to be one of the things that's probably like it gonna be a problem. Because then it's like your entrance to the top, keeping all the gas inside. If a meteor hits that, your gases are leaking. And then it's heat, 300 degrees. You're like, oh man. No pollination. So it's not keeping up. I mean, it's fully grown though, so it shouldn't really be a problem. All right, now we have clean floors. Oh, they can't be pollinated while they're ready for harvest. Okay, that's interesting. So the food is falling down and chilling there. We're gonna make a proper food storage right now. This sucks because I have to move out gas then. Okay. So we want this to be able to get to here. So that means that we do a setup like this. Realistically. Yeah, that's gonna be what we need to make. We could keep... No, we kind of want to dig that out. Okay. And then it looks like I'll have to do this temporarily. I wouldn't want to do this, but we'll have to in order to get the food storage started. Y'all could see I'm barely using power. It's really just research and oxygen. A lot of times you want to avoid liquid pumps and gas pumps in the beginning unless it's an absolute need. And even if you do get it, you don't want it running all the time. That's what you call a early game new player trap. You're not supposed to do that because you're never going to have enough power to keep up with it. So you start getting into this loop where because you need power, you're going to start heating up the map faster and you just bring your demise, right? You die a lot quicker when that happens. All right, we're going to get some doors in because we have to separate the rooms. You like turn on meteor showers to max? Yeah, man, that could be fun if you enjoy that stuff. Makes sense from a botanical perspective. I'm no, like, you know, gardener of any time. Wouldn't know about the strats, but you know what? I believe it. 12,000. Dude, we got calories, boys. It's time to feed the people. We're gonna print a dupe when we can. And then we're gonna make a meal haul. Alright, Cycle 18. We are not going for carnivore or anything. Just starting to get some food. We have bathrooms up. Not bad, man. Not bad. I want to say we're doing really good right now. Alright, so we're going to try to grow some of these overgrow nodes here. And then we're going to do some lums. I wonder how this is going to work. We're going to want to do 2 floors. I guess we'll just do one of them and we could see if the design something I want to copy. I probably have to groom them, right? Ooh. Question. I mean, I guess I could test it. I just don't know how long it takes. Rosebush. Okay, so slow learner narcoleptic. This guy's a decorator. Oh, that's tough. They're all bad. Hey, man, we're just gonna need the labor. Gonna help us out. And then he's gonna be farming, operating. Alright, so the thing I'm gonna be curious about is, do the vines grow around open doors? Or can I close the doors on the vines and harvest it? They do. Okay. I'm just thinking of which strategy we're going to have to run into. I see you over there, Carrie. And this is a single tile. Okay. It's not too bad. So we have the open door strategy. So here, here, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess we don't have to min-max. Or we do it like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That doesn't change. That's funny. 12 is max. We'll want the Spencer tech. Same amount. Okay, I see you guys. Okay, so let's redo that then. Oh, we could do this. Let's bump up some CO2. That's actually way more than enough. You like the vines? I see you over there. Okay, so if that's the case... let's slow this down. Let's do a little bit of theory crafting. So I think the best thing to do then is, if we have a room like this, we have to have the drop off or the refill. We gotta brush them. And then we want to do a door setup. I want to keep this within a normal room layout. So I would probably want to do something like this. So the vines go up and over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that doesn't work because it needs the space. One, 4, 5, 4, 5, 1, 2. That would have been nice if I was able to do that. So because I can't, how would I want to do this? Like this? I want to see some examples of how we could grow. I'm not sure how that works. So if I have the plant itself right here, does that mean the vines grow up vertically? You do need a space to turn the corner. Ah, I do see that. Okay. What's going on, friend Vic? Yeah, I took a break from playing this game, and we're back. We are back. So now we're checking out the new DLC that dropped while we were taking a break. Do the vines have to be a single line like this? Or can I do crazy stuff like that? Because technically that's best design. Has to be single line. Okay. We don't get the spaghetti stuff. Continuous. Oh, okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait a second. You do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that works really well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Dude, that's it. Oh, shit. There we go. That's the design. I'm in, boys. Dude, I got the best designs in the business. Come on now. Y'all don't... You can't be sleeping on my designs. I got the best designs in the business. No one else, man. No one else. If it works around doors... So what I was thinking of was... If I do this, I can't really do anything about that. So I was like, I need the items to fall through. And I was like, wait, this creates more space to maximize the vines. I don't think lumps... No, it doesn't have to matter that way. I want to be able to harvest the food. That's really what it is. So it's like you could harvest through the doors, right? And what's actually potentially good with this is that, yeah, it's fine. If they could only harvest the bottom, that's perfectly fine. I just want to maximize growth space. They'd be able to feed themselves. Why would you want to harvest? That's why you use lums. I mean, space constraint. I want to basically be able to have them. I don't know. Not like harvesting them is a bad thing. Dupe flavor for space. If I have a lum on top, does this allow for the top to shake the bottom? If I have the dinos up top, does they shake down? I don't think they shake through the tiles. No shake through, can't confirm. Okay. That'd be tight. That'd be tight. Are these dinos? What dimension are they? What dimension are the dinos? Two by two square hitbox. They're a 2x2. Can they jump up a tile? Or do they need a 2-tile gap to jump up? Basically, it's like, can they climb up this? Or do they need, like, that? Two wide steps? Okay, so it's... They could jump this. This is normal jump height, right? Okay, so they're basically Bamids. Okay. Could we implement that? You do one plant, and then you get 24, and then we do a 2-layer setup. Okay, let me see if we could rebuild this. Let's argue it's gonna be like that. We know that we're gonna have this. And then space for vines. Double door setup? It would probably be like this then. Right? Plant 1, 2. Oh yeah, and then we can't get out. So you would have to move this 3 tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then you do... Oh, that doesn't work. Then it has to be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that doesn't work because they can't jump up through open doors. No, they can. No, they can. They can. They can jump up open doors. So this allows the dino to effectively... Okay, now can we make this better? Can we do it like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, but then this. Then I guess it's like that. They can't jump up 2 tiles like a normal critter. Let's try this out. Actually, I'd be able to see here, right? Okay, so they can't do exactly that. We'll have to see. Short legs. Hey, what the heck? Major English. Thanks for the only tutorials on YouTube. Helping me further than I have, helping me get further than I have before. Hey, that's awesome, Major English. Good stuff. Did you get the new DLC, man? Also, welcome back to the city. Thank you for the long time support. 39 months. I see you over there. Enjoy the emote D20 does ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Okay, so it's a 2 tile gap. So they need effectively this. I see. That sucks. And they do a 2x2 shake. Okay, research is open. Let's grab Spom Tech. Let's do that. Let's also get the new floor. That way the dupes aren't, like, you know, idle. Base game is the hardest version of the game. Base game is the hardest version of the game. Easily. I will say that, man. Base game is the hardest version of the game. Yeah, space is stupid. And like a lot of times, a lot of people don't even finish the base game because space is really stupid. 3, 6, 10. Okay. So we have 14 tiles here. I feel less alone now. Don't worry, man. Everyone that plays this game and does base game goes, what the hell is space, man? It's so stupid. It really is. Space in the base game is one of the stupidest things in this game. If not the stupidest thing. You have a floating point equation, dude. That's like, why would you make anyone do math to that degree? You know what I'm saying? It's not a formula. You're solving for X inside of a equation. It's not just plug and chug. It's that value is in 2 different spots. And it's like, oh shit. I have to, okay, so when I add more weight to this, the equation fluctuates. And it has to equal the distance that I want to travel. It's like, wait, oh, damn it. So if I go past this, that tanks, oh, crap. My man, save him. Go get my mans. He's lost. Hey, he's alive. Old man D. Mayer, he didn't see the tile coming. Oh, don't you do it again. No, old man D. Mayer. You did this to yourself. Yo, man, move out. Move out. Okay, now we do this. Hey, let's go. God damn it, dude. These dupes. Yo, man, his balding haircut. Dude, he has a bald spot through the snapback part of his... You see his hair and then the huge bald spot, dude. Feels so bad. Alright, I probably need to grab Steve here. Alright, so we see that these guys can't climb up too high. That really sucks. So I guess the best design is we need to get 12 here. So we probably run this. This is probably easily by far best design. Because we get 12, 2 by 2. Do we want to make it so that that's not the case? You get to allow auto supers up top. When they stomp, you get full harvest. And then they could sweep to a conveyor in the middle. They go through the doors. This is probably best layout, man. Alright, so with this size, 72. Alright, so let's get it started. And then we got to get farm tile right here. I want to say that's easily by far the best. You maximize the stomp. We get the auto sweeper space for the upgrades. I'll do a hydro tile. I guess that's fair. Oh, I don't have the tech. I don't have the tech for hydro tile. We could do that later, I guess. Oh. Damn it. All right, man. I gotta research that, I guess. Technically, I should, because I do want to get water into this. Yeah, carrying water is going to be labor intensive. All right, we'll wait till we get the upgrades. At that point, we want to see the space they require. 16 big babies, so we get 6 of them inside. How many plants do you guys eat? 1,300 per cycle. And then how is the growth here? We get 108 to 2,600. So if I get max growth, I get 2 dinos. Wait a second. What's the room size here? Yeah, I could easily fit 2 dinos in here. That means while this setup works, I won't be able to have, like, maximized... I won't have a maximized shape. Because we should only get 2 in here, 32. I guess we do mini ranches. Like, that would be the only way, right? We stop at this size, get 2 dinos per ranch. so that we only have one plant. 56. I guess it's this space that matters. 60. Wait. So 12 tiles. 56, 12. That means I'm at 44. I get up to 110. Can dupes carry them? They have a wrangle button. We should be fine. The Micas take up critter space? Yeah, they do. That's why you gotta have the wide space. Figs go in a feeder. Wait, really? Figs could go inside the feeder? That's really nice then. You could block it up. Yeah, but the problem is that if they're out of the room, you can't call them over to groom. Right? So if they're in this space eating, stomping, you don't call them back if this is a separate room. So you gotta kind of make sure they're the same room still. You can block up any extra at the top level. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So that means... I gotta modify this design slightly, which is fair. I'm willing to do that. We do need to change it still. Dude, imagine free space pollinators. How would I do this? I wish the critter feeder had like a conveyor feeding. That would have been really nice, but it doesn't. Which means I have to spend double the power in order to actually have that be put in. Ideally, you kind of want it here, but it's going to be in the way of the plant. So how would that even work? Because if you sweep it, I want the feeder to be within sweep range. Which means I kind of want it in the middle. Does having a feeder matter? I guess it depends on the calories of these guys. 1,300 per cycle, so we get peats. This grows every 3 cycles. So that means they would need 3 plants. This is 8 cycle shelf life. They will eat it off the floor fine, but I think that also means my production is different. One plant could feed 2 dinos. Assuming maximum lines. Oh no, it's per cycle, the calculation. Ah, I thought 26 was total. Okay, that's actually fine then. I hear you, Mamba. I hear you. Mamba's awake, boys. This kind of sucks. We have all these jobs already. Alright, Nails, you're allergic, but it's like, we need someone to clean the toilets. It'd be like that sometimes. Like, this is gonna work for now, right? Not really worried about that. Like, it's gonna work. Man. Yeah, we're just gonna run no feeder. No feeder for now. No feeder, no mimicas. And we basically get that. 68 tiles. I think that's gonna be fine. Okay, so the space here is 54. We just need 32. We could get some mimicas in here if we want to help pollinate. I mean, how much space are these guys? 8 cells. That's what? We could get 2 of them in here. 2 to 3. 32, 54. That's 22. We get 2.5. So it's 2 mimicas. If we really wanted the mimicas. I think we'll be fine. Alright, Cthulhu. Time to ranch. Waiting for the hydroponic tile. Should be fine. Let's get rid of this. Alright, we're gonna test to see if this works. If it does, we're gonna follow suit with the stuff behind it. Speed this up. Incubator attack, why not? We're not doing spawn yet. I do kind of want to mess around with the dinos. Here we go. And Vadaika coming in with a 17-month streak. I see you, dude. What is good? Welcome in. And how are you, man? Thank you for the 19 months of support. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote doing this ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there, man. Chew. That works. I think for the sake of how we want to do this, we should put the setup here, I think. Dropping them in here is not too bad. No, it can be, so we want to not do it, so I guess we do it up here. Here, here. This, 1, 2. Let's do one more, so it goes out to there. And then this becomes the setup, I guess. Can dupes carry dinos? They should be. We have a wrangle button on it. So let's move this guy. Let's lower the max to 0 so we don't move in here. We don't want to brush him yet, otherwise he's gonna start starving because the food's not grown. Man, that would suck, man. Hello, hello. How are you, Fadaika? How's the days? How's the Tuesdays? Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're doing great. But what's good with you, man? Are you on the new DLCs? Alright, that's gonna be Cthulhu. I don't think we allowed him to do this yet. There we go. He's allowed to ranch. So he should be here soon. Hey! Put him in the bag. Brown bag that. Hey! Dino got moved. Let's go. Chillin'. We gotta do the node. I guess we could try to go for the other tech right now. We don't technically need that. We kind of want this instead. Okay, so we're going to do some temporary refinements. Probably do it near the top. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's get another floor and another floor. And then that's another floor. And then I guess we'll do it here. That should work out. Let's get the ladders in where we need them to be. All good over here, mate. Good to catch you online. Oh, I want that bottomless bag. You watch Hunter x Hunter, man? There's a dude whose ability is he has a limitless bag. And as long as he puts anything in the bag, it'll fit. That's a superpower. And what he does is he works for the mafia. So he just goes to auctions and then just steals everything and just walks out. It's like, what is that about? You said I stole everything, dude. Check it out. I got nothing here. And that was his superpower, man. It's crazy. We got the same thing. We gave it to every dupe though, instead of just one dude. Got the bottomless bag. All right, so this is not gonna work because this is hand deliver. I'll probably make this insulated. And I think for the sake of it, we'll do it right there. That's gonna take some time. We're gonna want to try to get to bottle drainer. We want to bring the power line all the way up. Maybe not there. Bring this out. We're gonna do refinement up here. Construction 9, so we do that first. If we can, I'll want to do that. That's going to be on this tile. We're going to do our double door setup with a single airflow tile right there. We'll do 2. Double door here. We're going to need to sweep all of the items out on this side. Should be fine. Realistically, I would have a wall here. I guess we could do that instead. And then we could climb up the door afterwards for the setup. I probably wouldn't want to go through. So this is probably a door. That's gonna be fine. We'll climb up through the build. Tile, right? Makes sense. And then here I actually just airflow. We won't do all of it. We'll just do it like that. Dude, you get a fully buffed dude. They could carry thousands of kilograms. So if you go to bio and you go to attributes, strength you could level it up 20 points naturally. Strength, right? Naturally, you could do 20 points on it. Does anyone have strength? Is no one buff? This guy. So at 7 strength, he has 280. So each strength is 20 kilograms. So you could get 400 kilograms carrying capacity, right? And that's on top of what they could carry. You go to skills, improved carrying, 800. So they start carrying 1,200 kilograms. Each dupe is a strongman, dude. And then there is a separate buff they could get. Occasionally, you might find a machine with a giant brain in the jar. That machine gives you 1 of 4 buffs. And it is a buff. And one of the buffs you could get is beefsteak. That gives you 10 strength over the max. So that means you get to 30 strength. So that's another 10 times 20, 200. So you what, 1,600 kilograms? You know what I'm saying? Like, you start carrying a lot, man. You got the whole aqua tuner on one dupe. That's actually really impressive. One dupe, fully strength buffed, could carry all the resources for an aqua tuner. That's actually pretty impressive, man. Alright, so it's time to put the foods here. We'll just put stuff that actually perishes, and then we'll put another food storage here for the unperishable food, so we don't have to worry about it. CO2, right, is going to give me something called sterile environment right here. Reduced decay rate. So this is something you could do at any point of the game because your dupes will breathe out CO2. So a lot of time, that's going to be the method of choice for the early game of food storage. It's not perfect, but it slows it down, right? That's exactly what you want in a lot of these cases. Another thing we did, I need to prioritize both of these. We did the doors here because we get a lab room, and that's right here. We get research speed bonus. Lab workspace, 10% research speed bonus, and then it's lit. That's another 15. So a lot of times, getting that as early as you can so that you could research faster. So that's the lab bonus. You got to have 2 research buildings and a light source. So that's going to be the printing pod. It's free light source. Put the doors in, put the first 2 research buildings, laboratory. So a lot of times, I highly recommend that. We're going to be doing a early game ranching setup so that we don't have to think about it. We're also going to probably want to do this, so that we start sweeping a little earlier. And then let's put the airflow here because we can. Oh, wait. Let's actually wait till we build this. There we go. Once we're done, we want to move out the other items. If we can, we want to get the airflow in. No power. Nice. Okay, so that's gonna be like this. Cut the bottom so the pump doesn't turn on. We're gonna get rid of the pump. We don't need it anymore. We will keep this line in because we might want to use it for something else later. And then we're gonna want to make some. Yeah, you see this? We lose half of the mass, 2-to-1. I like this new UI. So we're gonna want 500 is a good starting point. Bump this up to a 7. That's gonna use the power over here. We don't want that to be continuous. You might see that I'm trying to avoid using the liquid pump because I want to just grab the water myself. That way it's a little bit easier. This is gonna be for the food that doesn't perish, so infinite life. 7. Food's gonna last a little bit longer now. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we are over providing slightly. So that's gonna be for the food rotting, I guess. That'd be okay. All right, next thing we're gonna probably want is a meal hall. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. We'll start digging through. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the hydrogen in there. They got to clean up the toilets. Oh, deodorizers might be something we want soon. We're gonna start getting poop on the ground, right? Okay, this heat's leaking out, but this goes up to 4 to 5. You seem to be okay. I might want to open this up slightly. Hopefully that's fine. How many dupes are we aiming for? Right now we're gonna be at 7. We do want to probably go up, right? Let's go up to 10. Try to get these plants in. Let's go up to 10. That's how much my farm's able to provide. And then once we get the ranch up, we could actually scale that up again. Yep. Oh, nails. We gotta move you. Get the snoring dupe his own bedroom. Maybe. Maybe we do that. That wouldn't be too bad, to be honest. Another thing we should do is move out the rotted food. Okay. I see where we would do it. That makes a lot of sense. I would want to do it like that if I can. Bedroom for the snoring dupe. Bedroom for the snoring dupe. Research, rocketry. We don't need another researcher. We don't need the food. I don't want a bionic dupe right now because they have their own set of infrastructure that we haven't even researched. All right, we take the pure rocket pilot. I don't know if we're actually going to have him do anything that actually pertains to his actual interests. So while we let him drive, the problem is that he's not going to be doing anything else. So let's probably make him do operating tasks and then supply. The logic is simple. If he is going to be driving, operating might be the second skill he's going to need because that's going to be databanks. Databanks, cranking that out is a operating task, so I should try to level that up. That's going to be the logic behind that. So these, let's bump this up to a 7 so that the farming gets done. Let's actually bump this out. Bump that out. That makes a lot of sense. And then we're just waiting for the tech. That's going to be really good. Okay, so we want to look for... Hey, look, a volcano. Fun times. We want to look for a geyser known as the polluted water vent. That will solve basically every problem we have. So if we could find that, that'd be amazing. I don't know where it's at though, so it's kind of a problem. There's a good chance I won't be able to utilize this space properly. And we want the food over here. So we're gonna do a weird setup. Y'all know what this is. And then we're gonna dig through like that to get everything done. Yeah. Someone might get stuck, but it should be fine. We're gonna make a gas storage for the CO2. I want to move it out. That way we could have the oxygen naturally take its place. And then we could start doing CO2 management. There's a good chance the geysers I need are gonna be at the bottom, I feel like. I don't know how the meteor like scheme works, but I feel like going down might be the play. New blueprint. Yep, we'll look at that later. All right, speed this up. Food's looking fine. We're at 8 dupes. Gonna be getting the new room in. Oh, that setup is ready. How long for this to grow? 3 days domestically? No, it doesn't say. It's just waiting for water. Okay. Bottle drainer. It's not too hot. Everything's looking pretty good. These guys are stuck. Hey, they're free now. Let's go. Y'all don't need to grab that. We'll grab that some other way. We'll just have a random ladder right there. Wouldn't be bad. We're not going to go all the way up because there's a volcano right there. We're just going to use it to kind of utilize the metal here and all the dirt. Oh, one of the things I need to really do. Algae heat. Clear new. So we want to look at this because this is going to be our oxygen. And this is going to be our fertilizer for the foods. So we want to do that. I probably also want to look at the metal on the refined setup. What do you think the new booster pack will be? The next DLC? I wonder if they're exploring the wormholes, so they could be just jumping through time at this point. I could see them do a kind of not post-apocalyptic theme, but basically that. So it's like, I feel like at some point they're gonna actually full circle the story. And we're gonna play as Gravitas. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, I don't know when that's gonna happen, but I feel like that will happen. A situation where we play as Gravitas, the facility. And we kind of have to save humanity from going extinct. Right? Because that's the lore story, right? Humanity went to extinction because of greed. Right? People wanted this, people wanted that. And then, you know, they died to the greed. And then it's like, we have the dupes that we have now. Right? I feel like it's going to be something like that at some point. Now, I don't know how they're going to want to do it. If they have something in mind, I don't think they do. But if they have something in mind of what they want to, like, have in the gameplay for that, I could see them setting that up throughout all the DLCs. And then when it comes out, it would just, like, everything comes together. But, you know, we're just hoping at this point, right? Well, the cause of all this was them researching and figuring out Z-point energy. I mean... that's at this point, though. The original point why they were doing a lot of this research, though, was because they were looking for new renewable sources of power. And then they were having wars fighting over it. Right? So because that was the problem, they didn't have it at the time. They might have it now because of dupes, but the OG Gravitas, like, that was the reasoning why everything went bad. They were fighting over sources of power. Our oxygen is still good. We're at 8 dupes. We technically provide up to 10, maybe 11. But given how this is never going to be at a good throughput rate, right? The diffuser is at a 45% production rate. I'm thinking maybe we are not keeping up. I think this is fine, though. All right, we're going to get this started. Bump this up to a 9. Wait, where is... Gamer Dude, where did you come out with that part? That part I am not familiar with. They tried to discover infinite power by tapping into the time dimension. That's what caused all the problems and why they needed to do program. I am not familiar with that point. I'm not sure where that comes from. All right, the metals are good. Everything seems fine. We got foods. Gonna be getting a gas storage job. Okay, let's get one of these in. Mixed gases here is not really a problem. If you read the lore, the temporal tear was a source of energy. They tap into time, cause problems, fast track, do problem from a far region exploration to emergency to keep humanity alive. Players and AI designated and powered by the printing pod. Is that canon? That's a little bit different than what I was familiar with. Slightly different. Okay, so that might be where the difference is, drawing between the lines. So what I was familiar with was that basically they were fighting over an energy source, and that was causing a lot of war, a lot of problems. Another thing they were having problems with is something to do with the sun. I forget what it was specifically, but they started creating like a neutronium wall on the outside. And the logic with that is that was going to shield them from the sun. And then they also needed power. A lot of the countries were at war for these renewable resources at the time, and they couldn't find a way to really get everyone to be happy. So the logic is that they couldn't have gone through the tear, and they didn't have enough time. So what they did as a last resort after everything was going bad was that they took all the scientists that was working in Gravitas, got a little bit of their DNA, and that's how we got the printing pod. With that, it was basically, we're done, but we're putting all our hope and dreams into the dupes so that if they do find something, that they'll be able to come back in time and then save us. And the thing with that is that there wasn't no guarantee that through the tear was going to be a solution. Think about the name of the eventual power source they created, the temporal bow. There is no need to call temporal unless time was involved. They tap into time with a temporal bow. Dupes they are now was an emergency reach after the new bow was about to destroy everything. The temporal bow. I would have to look up. Do you know which letter or what entry that is? You would have to look. I would want to read that, man, if possible, because it doesn't line up when I'm thinking about it. I don't remember seeing that eventual power source they created, because I believe in what I read, they never found the power source. I might be wrong, but yeah, I would have to. I would want to check that out, man. Oh, I disabled this. Oh my god. Where can I read the lore? So right here while you're playing the game, You have something called emails, journals, research notes, and notices and investigations. These are things you would find in the game. So when you click on a building and hit inspect, that's the entry you get sometimes. Sometimes if you already found it, you get nothing of interest like this. But you have to piece together the lore yourself. There's no like book you read that explains everything in the game. You have to just find the fragments. So we don't really have the full story, we just have the bits and pieces, right? Which is why it's like Gamer Dude might be coming out to a different conclusion. Because you have to infer between the lines, right? Kind of assume what happened, this is what happened. They did it. They had to create one. The wars was fought over normal energy sources and nuclear was outlawed. Do they actually use the temporal bow stuff? Because I don't remember any of that in the logs, man. No mentions of it at all. My log. $33? My log. Which one's 33? That might be the in-game code. Temporal tear. So they found the tear. Too small. Strange artifacts. Ah. So they tapped into it and it destroyed everything. So there's so there's no guarantee. It's basically they brought the destruction and it's like that meme picture. Hey man, if I pull this button again, does it do the same thing? Y'all know that meme? The difference between a normal person and a genius? A genius will pull the lever twice, regardless of if he's getting hurt, because he wants to know whether or not this happens every time. And it's like, I guess that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, that's kind of crazy. That's basically what I'm getting from that. We tapped into that because it looked like we could potentially get something from there, but when we did it, everything blew up. The temporal tear and temporal bow is time loop. Have you seen the away team? I did. That looked like a weird version where it was like it felt like they took the developers of Terraria and were like, hey man, can you guys make a game? But Oni based? That's what that feels like, man. I'm not even kidding. I didn't actually see too much outside of the trailer, the YouTube video that they had. I have not played Noida. They made a spin-off. Now it's easier for them to rewrite the game, make Oni 2. Dude, there's a lot of like people saying it might be them testing out an engine, right? It might be them testing out stuff. We don't really know, but yeah. All I saw was a trailer, man. We just gotta wait and see. For the most part. Alright, we're sweeping that. We still need to get up. Okay, so for now, because my dupes are idle, we're just gonna make them do some simple stuff. We be digging. We be digging. We gotta wait for the plants to grow to see if this works out the way we want it to. Let's argue we want to do more of these, so let's just do a second design. We're just gonna have to have a bottle on there every time. They use the bow to tap into time as an energy source. This causes the tear. They use the bow's energy to create. You have to go through the game into the tear, hopes to go back, stop what caused it. But going through, you are causing the exact same thing in the first place. No, it was like Terraria Oni mechanics. Away team is like the grandchild of the two. Okay. I mean, we'll have to see. Like, the game's not out yet, right? We're just going off of the trailer stuff. It does look like they're getting away from the grid system, which is kind of interesting. Makes me wonder how they're actually going to try to do that. Like, they might do something where it's like a mixed gas tile, but the, you know, the gas tile that has the most mass ends up determining what tile that is. So you have like 10% CO2, 30% O2, 50% hydrogen, then it's a hydrogen tile. I could see something like that, but we'll have to see, right? Say energy source was time itself. Me drawing between the lines. However, based on the word choice and everything else that happened, I see your gamer dude. Yeah, yeah. Gonna have to wait and see if they actually ever reveal what happened. But I see you over there, man. Come up to different conclusions. That happens sometimes. Gotta customize the starting dude, but it's always gonna be Ari, dude. Shout out to Ari. I wonder if they just picked a random dupe for that. Not gonna lie. Or is it because he's the dupe on the front page of the Oni logo? I thought it was Ren. Is it Ren? Let me see. Clay... Ren. I thought it was Ari. Yeah, you're right. I thought that was Ari, dude. Ari's a little bit darker. I see. Yeah, you're right. It's Ren. That's exactly who it is. Ari, it's a little bit darker skin. Which dude's your favorite? It's probably Meep. Come on, man. It's Meep. He's the rare Meep, dude. They could be completely different dupes because the way other dupes are unknown. True. Could be a different group of people, but it's funny that they take one that we were kind of familiar with. Let's grab water here. Grab the auto bottle. We're gonna probably set this up. I see you guys would pay Nikolai. X4 Foundations. Oh man, 4X games. Yeah, I couldn't really get into those for some reason. It ends up being like this whole thing where I play it, I lose track of time, but then after I save, I never want to load the game again. I don't know why. Oh, I forgot I was doing this. I forgot I was doing that. Shout out to Stinky. Hey, Gatado, Oni's back. Thank you for the 7 months, man. Welcome back, Gatado. I see you over there. Appreciate you. Alright, we're gonna get a quick meal haul in. We'll do a long meal haul. It's probably fair. And we're gonna want to dig through. Okay, I want to go over to here at the very least. 100 tiles. Here, door, tile. And then we do this. I like that. We don't burn through any bleach stone or anything, so that's pretty fair. Yep. Not bad. We could do that to be able to climb up through the top. Good stuff. Dude, that art style is a little bit more cartoonish. It does, man. It is very cartoonish. Dragon looks so good. Oh, the little dinosaurs. Yo, man. You see the T-Rex? This guy got the feathers. He missed prey. It fares better with elderly or tame targets. Wow. Interesting. Since these guys are wild, he's not the apex, I guess. He's trying, though. Looking for food. Oh, hunting. This guy's... He missed, apparently. That was a weird... Didn't even take damage. Man, he actually struggles, man, to fight. Oh, we got an egg. Dartle eggs. Not bad. They miss a lot. Looks like they really struggle unless you get them food. You don't even have to feed them 100%. They get the scale growth. Okay. That's nice. And there's no reduction. Alright, guys. I gotta pee. I'll be right back really fast. Good stretch break. Get some water. Y'all know what it is. Small little break. Just gotta pee. We back. We back. Do I take a rancher that can't dig? Technically, the only thing you shouldn't take with a dupe that can't dig is building and then rocketry. Because when you're doing a colonizing mission, that screws you over. So a lot of times if you have something like cooking or ranching and you can't dig, it's not that bad because you never really need it. But specifically for when you're doing like rocket landing, building needs digging most of the time. Same thing with if you're a rocket pilot, because if you do a solo colonized mission where you send 2 rovers, deconstruct the rovers, and then you get the metal for the platform, you're doing it by yourself, you're gonna be like, ah, man, I wish I could have dug out. I wish I could have dug this. It would have been so much more convenient. But yeah, outside of like something like that, you could take the L, but I agree. I would rather not have someone that can't dig. That's tough times. I think we're gonna take Lindsay just because she's gonna be a cook. So even though she's ranching, she's gonna be Chef Lindsay. Alright, man, we need the cook outfit. We got the steel cook. Alright, man, I'm buying the gloves. Wait. I only have 700 spools. What did I buy? Let's look at this first. Okay. I think I have that. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Okay, we're buying the gloves. All right. We get Chef Lindsay. Oh, dude. Oh, nice. Looks like this doesn't matter. All right, that's fine. Chef Lindsay. Wait, I didn't have it. Oh! What's going on, Xandroff? Why you trapped, man? I didn't even see him. Thank you for letting me know. I love the new overalls. I want to spend my money on filament. People of chat, man. Clay actually gave us a bunch of goodies. So if you guys are not familiar, we're doing some giveaways. And right now we're doing a lot of giveaways for like clay goods. So if you guys are not, if you guys are subscribed to me, you guys need to get onto Discord. And then link your Twitch account to your Discord account. Because if you do, you guys start getting in on the giveaways. Right now we're going to be doing Lab Rat. Afterwards, we're going to have a couple giveaways for another one of Clay's published titles, Rift of the Necrodancer. And then we might even have one for the DLC. This one. So guys, we're going to be having some giveaways. If you guys are on the fence, yo man, maybe that could sweeten the deal. Because if it comes for free, that's kind of nice, right? But for the most part, if you guys are subscribed, make sure you guys are linked the account so you guys get the secret subscribers channel. And then all you got to do is click the button and be like, I want in on the raffle. That's all you need to do. All right, we're in. Time to get the water in. Try to get the plants in. Got to get this open. This is going to be a copy. Speed this up. We're building the new meal hall soon. It's not bad. We're probably going to want this same level. This turns out to be, I think, 100, right? So it works out pretty well. It's basically ranch space. Yeah. So if we ranch like hatches or something, that's good. Liquid lock here. This isn't going to matter too much if we have oxygen or not. We probably want that. I should be able to reach everything. Same thing with the power. We want to pull that out. And then we'll also want this. Get the vent set up. The normal way to do it will be like that. And then we might use this to pump CO2. Should be fine. Oh, this is just going to be busy work for the dupes. And we're doing pretty well. Save till the end? I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about that. So what is it that I need to make? Intracosmic. Slow this down. How come it doesn't tell me where I need to make this? Oh, it's not in the game. Oh, what a travesty. Oh. Guys, how do I gotta make a blast shot maker, okay? What is the recipe, I guess? Like, that's kind of what I need to know, so that way I could stockpile now. I guess this means we gotta make another 10 stacks of nickel. And then we could actually make the blast shot maker and then look at the recipe. Because that's what we need, right? Information-wise. We need to know what we need to make this. Let's also try to get the meal hall started. Let's try to get this made. $10 dupes for now would be not bad. Biodiesel. What the hell is biodiesel? That was this? Oh, it's tallow. Wow. And you could substitute this with petroleum. It's the seals. Oh my god. I guess I do need to see what that is. So if I can, I kind of want to do this. And then we could click on the see the second planet and see what we could do. Okay. This is Bracken, disable building, joyous seed. Bump this up. Cool. Now all we need is furniture. There's an alternative recipe and it just doesn't show up. Vital oil plus bleach stone. Oh. I see. I didn't know that you had this. Dude, that's so nice. We got slime mold. Holy crap. Dude, we got slime mold. Naturally good. What are the chances, man? That actually helped me out a lot. So now we gotta get bleach stone, which we have right here. Puff. Hopper. Salt gold bleach stone. So you don't need chlorine for that. Dude, what the heck, man? Okay. So I need puffs in order to convert the CO2, huh? I did bottle emptier cold biome with biodiesel, solidify the tallow, then I made pemmican for space. That's nice. Oh, these guys make bleach stone? Oh, so we just do these guys. Does that mean the second planet has a lot of slime? Slimy meteors, swamp. No slime biome though. What the hell? Interesting. Yeah, realistically, I think we need to try to get bleachstone hopper. That's probably what makes the most sense. There's another vital oil recipe. What is this? Aquatic plant, hyper efficient. Grow towards light. It doesn't say it needs light. Wait, what? Okay. Interesting. Alright, I think we get that later, maybe? I don't know. We don't have it now, right? I guess we'll find it somewhere. I think for now, though, we don't have to worry about that. It says that, yeah, it grows towards light. Oh, no, no, no. While most plants grow towards the light, this aquatic fern needs are so low that it could prioritize other survival needs. Okay, never mind. Because it doesn't say anything here, actually. I misread that. That's my bad. I just misread that, straight up. My bad, my bad. That's my bad. I do the misreads. Alright, speed this up. Toilet's clogged, but it's fine. We're waiting for the vines to grow. We'll be able to start moving one of these babies in. Now, we don't really need to grow these guys. It's just for the peat. That way we could fertilize these. Let's actually do some math for that. So each plant is 10 kgs. They produce 200. So 20 plants per. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 40. So me getting these two up is going to be good enough for our balance. And we probably actually get extra, which is good. Which is really good. So that means I don't need to do more. If anything, I should probably try to set up for these guys. Maybe. Maybe. Or we try to get to the kelp that basically is from the other planet. That might be what we want to do. Do the kelp. We'll have to look for it, though. It might be in this biome. With the lure plant. Oh, another thing is... Okay, so the edge is on this side. There's no way that's the only one I get, right? Of that biome? Lure plant, fossil... Lure plant... Fossil. Feels bad. I mean, we don't have it, but I guess it's fine. Speed this up, let them build, let them do their thing. Oh, we're missing a bed. Alright, we will temporarily set this up. We'll get a bedroom here for the homie. Okay, it might be a little thin. Okay. We're missing a bed, so we're gonna have to get them a bed. Especially the guy that sleeps very loudly. Okay. I would want another bottle. There it is. Good, good. Going inside's fine. flooded building I'm not too worried about. Doesn't look like the magma has any openings. It's still cold. That kind of looked like steam for a second. Salt water. Can't really do anything with that yet. Okay, that should be fine. Alright, cycle 30. Algae is great. I still think I need to find my polluted water geyser before I worry about any more critter stuff. Food's good. Oxygen's gonna last, but I want to solve the problem. So we're probably gonna want to do something like this. Climb up this way. Hydrogen is light, so it's gonna stay up. We basically want to explore up to the edges. Up, right, left, down. But yeah, we've only seen one geyser here. What the hell is this, man? How many are we supposed to have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've already seen one. The volcanoes, I'm not counting. Dude, where are my other geysers? This is not that big of a map. What that probably means then... it's going out the sides, probably. Really convenient. Alright, this is going to be something if they're bored, we get to reveal this side to see if there's a geyser. And then we can start planning out where we want our spawn to be. We don't have gold on here, but I should be okay. I should be okay. It's polluted water, so that does kind of suck. Go up this way to see if the geyser is here. We do kind of want to go all the way up too. And I think we do probably want to do something like this. I'm over here sneezing. Oh, God. Okay, we got a room here. People of chat, I have a question, man. I don't know about you guys, but do you guys have birds where you guys live? It might be a weird question. But do you guys have birds where you guys live? Because I gotta ask you guys some questions. I feel like we got some weird birds where I live. Oh, I don't know, man. Just weird question. Do your birds do the 90s car alarm? That shit is the most annoying thing, dude. Y'all remember back in the 90s, maybe even 2000s, they had the car alarm that would cycle through like 5 different signals? For some reason, the local birds copy that exact car alarm. And they repeat it, dude. Like, what is that? Y'all got the same birds? Dude. It's insane. I'm just kind of like, what are they doing? I'm taking the ice. That might seem weird, but the ice is actually kind of nice. I will grab really quickly fire pole tech into metal refinery. My parents have a parrot that definitely does that. Mockingbirds, maybe. They do the siren sometimes. Yeah, dude, they do the car alarm siren. It is mad annoying because it would be like literally it's 2 in the morning and they're bumping that like they're at like some sort of concert or something. And they're singing along, dude. Like, I'm like, what are they doing? Straight menace to society right now, man. And they do the car alarms. The male mockingbirds do that when they need to get laid. They're the only ones that sing at night. Oh my god. Dude, I mean, that makes sense. It's dead quiet at night, right? But goddamn, dude, that stuff is not fun. That stuff is not fun, man. That stuff sucks. Random sour gas. It's not hot, so it's not a break. That's good. Okay, we explored here. No geyser. What the hell, dude? Oh, we have an opening. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. We have to seal that. I probably just have to hard dig that and try to absorb the heat. Do you know what happened after the meteor hit? It tells you that this zone, they highlight it, gets blown out. So they tell you the impact damage. That's a cool animation. Oh, it's a mating season for them. I see. Dude, that sucks. Yo, man, that sucks. All right, looks like we're gonna have to do the strats. Looks like we're gonna have to do the strats. All right, that should be good. That's all I know. I haven't done anything else. No spoilers. We'll see what happens. They wrote a book about it, To Kill a Mockingbird. Dude, you know what that means, dude? We might have gotten the sound of the car alarm from the mockingbirds. Because that book is old, dude. That book is older than the car alarm that I'm listening to, man. What if we stole it from them and they're mad? They're like, dude, all my royalties. All my royalties. For shame. I just closed the door in a shine bug and he pathed all the way around. Dude. Shine bugs are a menace, man. They're either in the bathroom as a radiation source to kind of remove germs, or they're you know, not supposed to be alive. I hate to say that, man, but it's true. All right, we're almost running out of water. I probably want to do this. We got to build up the water so we could use it all. I was building a bathroom. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. The book isn't that old. The author just wrote a new book. I'm gonna be real, man. Didn't the author of that book live through the previous depression? So I don't know, man. This guy lived through like 2 depressions and a recession. You know what I'm saying? Dude, he's seen some stuff, man. He escaped through the door immediately, yo, man. He knows his fate. He's gonna have to live in the bathrooms. Nobody likes that, man. Don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, we're gonna need some oxygen up here. Let's help it out. You could change what the mockingbird sings by singing to them. I don't know about that, man. I haven't heard that car alarm in forever. Yet, you know, it's on the Mockingbird's greatest hits. Top 40. They're replaying it like it's Despacito. You know what I'm saying, man? They just keep playing the same song on repeat. And I'm just kind of like, man, every time. What are they doing, man? 1960s. Oh, okay. That's actually, I thought it was closer to 1920. Pre-car alarm for sure, yeah. Not that old, technically. Not that old. I will say they're out of the discussions though, because it starts at baby boomers, right? Which is 60s, I believe, 60s to 70s. Oh, the missing bed. You're right. I totally forgot. Ha. Totally forgot. We'll give these guys a nice bed. These guys are gonna be 2 snorers, so we're just gonna put space between them. Oh no! Too much water. Alright, we're gonna have to watch this. Do it properly. $13, $11, $10. Perfect. And then all we need now is the water to equal out. Should be good. What? Ah, yeah, my man's getting burned. Okay, so when that happens, the strat's actually really interesting. That's a lot of water. So it's hot because the gas is not conductive. I mean, I guess we could try to do this for now. And then we save a little bit of ourselves. We want to try to get this tile first then. We'll do a temp seal. So we don't have to deal with that right now. Ideally, though, we want to get this done first. Oof. Let's actually move this out. Our building is fine. I don't want them digging at. Yeah, that one's gonna be the one we should try to do first. Then we do that one. Yeah, I guess that one's not bad. And then we do those two. So the reason why we want to do it in a weird order like that is so that we don't have to worry about the heat actually leaking out and burning us again like it was earlier. A little bit of order of operations. You whistle when you... I can't whistle, man. I can't whistle, dude. Feels bad, man. So I also did a weird U-shaped entry point into this because this way the oxygen is trapped, right? Because oxygen wants to float up. Some of it does float down and up and over because of pressure, but this allows us to get down here temporarily. So if we finish this fast, it's not a problem. But yeah, that's the reasoning why I went under the O2 pocket like that. You technically keep it for longer. And if you build a ladder here, you can build off of the, you know, breathe off the top. It's pretty nice. All right, this side, I probably am fine trimming that. And then we probably want to trim this down. Okay, so this is good. Infinite storage is ready. Suffocating. Okay, that's a gas pressure issue. At that point... yeah, we'd be fine here. It's fake suffocation. Just need a little bit of tile space. Why do you keep digging? Just build. Nice. Almost done, almost done. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. The good old sounds I remember, dude. Suffocation warnings. Toasty surrounding warnings. Dupe taking damage warnings. Classic. Oh, they can't breathe here anymore. No. The pocket strat. Okay, so what that probably means then... we could try to release the oxygen here. What's going on, Cranky? Welcome in. I see you over there. Yeah, we're barely getting any progress. Okay, so let's do very quickly. Try to get this pocket. How are you, my friend? And how's the new map? We're checking it out. Cycle 32, so we're only at the beginning. So we don't know what we have in store. All we know is we're gonna be learning. All right, O2 comes up. Go down to breathe. Let's go. Hopefully they path back to do the job instead of just use the oxygen. It's such a bad task. God, doing this was such a bad time. God. I don't think that's it. Dude, they're doing this seconds at a time. Dude, it's gonna take forever. Is there any other way to make this easier? Not really, without building a gas mask. But by the time we get the gas mask tech, it'd be like, we'd be done with it already. All right. I think we could brute force it soon. I need to attempt to brute force it now too. What are your plans for suits? We do that later. We do spawn first. All right. This is fine because this is a vacuum. There's no heat transfer there. So we technically are okay with this. There's no more problems here. There should be no heat leaking out. My insulated tiles might be getting hot, but it should be fine. Ooh, there it is. There it is. The geyser we need. Okay. So it's very clear how we need to do this then. Yeah, it's pretty clear how we need to do this. Have that set up, down. And we want to do that. Alright, we need to get to down there. We need to have this be breathable then. Okay, we're at 9. We got the ice. Suit wear, dig, operating, build, research. This is pretty good. Frostproof, iron gut, fast. Decreased construction sucks though. I guess we would rather take this guy. No, the traits are pretty good here. We'll take Ruby. Research. Let's grab the salinator really fast. So I believe these guys drop feathers that give you suits. Man, they eat everything. So the feather right here gives you suits. So at some point we're gonna have to like ranch these guys. But I'm thinking, if not, we could try to look for some reed fiber on the second planet. Not sure if it's there, but we might. Oh, we got the mosquitoes here. Okay, gotta get the dig started. We want to have better airflow for the gas movement. CO2 collects at the bottom. There's no arguing that. That's gonna be straightforward. Rot piles. Let's move them out. That way we don't have polluted oxygen everywhere. Okay, the breathability is better with the new oxygen diffuser. Alright, so we're good here. We're gonna have to increase airflow. So this probably means... yeah, I probably want to do a separate setup here. We probably don't actually want the jumbo. No, we probably do. Alright, and then that goes into here. How goes the new DLC? A lot of new stuff. So we're learning. We don't know what's good, what's bad, how things work. It's just, it's new. That's all we really got, man. We got new stuff. So for the most part, man, I don't have anything I can really say. We just know that we got the new goodies. We're learning to see how good or bad they are. We get new dinos. We got a new objective of a meteor slamming in our face. And we'll see. Alright, so this is going to be how we want to get this powered. We're going to pump out the CO2, so breathing is going to be nice. We're waiting for the vines to spread out. 6. Once we get to 12, we're going to get calories. We are no longer going to get more plants up, but I think this means that we should try to get another dupe because we're over the amount of food we have. So once we get this up, it's going to be even more food. So I'm thinking we might get up to 12. 12 is probably going to be our sweet spot. We're going to be trying to go after this geyser. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to make an infinite storage, tame it, and then probably build a spawn in the area. I might put it right here, is what I'm looking at. I will have to move the water. That's going to be one thing we're going to want to do. Though, this might work out kind of nice. Oh, why would you? Goddamn. Look at that. He walked over just to trap himself. Good thing we caught him, boys. Good thing we caught him. Alright, this is going to be the new pitcher pump. These two. We'll keep this water there. I want to use this space. Do you believe in the bottle filler? Yeah, man, I do. Wait. Drainer or filler? Bottle filler. So you need a pump, right? That's power. I would rather just allow them to pitcher pump. The filler could have some use if you have power. But because I'm not really generators right now, we got 2 wheels. I don't really want to spend power. So because of that, I'm going to say no filler, at least for now. Double cold biome, we're going to have to cut through. Or cut through the magma. I guess we could try to go up this way. But there are situations where it could be kind of nice. Oh, shit! What is this? Okay, we got the sea combs. Jawbow. Terrifying to behold. Truth is, quite harmless for the handlers. Disproportionately sized mandibles. It got a underbite, okay? Can't chew its food. Wow. So it needs to just swallow the fish whole. Wow. Wait, hold up. Am I seeing this correctly? The larvas are in the water? What? It's a fish that learns how to fly? What the hell is this? Dude, look at that, got fins. This little guy looks pretty cool. And then he grows up to be an asshole. Oh, man. Because they start biting us once they're airborne. They are in the water. Mosquitoes find still water and they lay the eggs and die, right? So that's why it's like if you have any like pools of water outside, like if you have like a rain tank, that's very popular. I used to have like a 20-gallon barrel outside that's connected to the rain gutters, and then we would scoop water from there to water the garden. Of course, we don't do that anymore because mosquitoes. We didn't know though back in the days, but yeah, man, we would have mosquitoes all the time for that reasoning. It's like, why do we have mosquitoes? Oh, there's a giant barrel outside that we're letting them breed. That's probably why. All right, time to get the ladder there. Research continues. We grab suit tack. It's not really worth it right now. Because of the polluted water, I probably do want to do some stuff with that. What are we missing then in terms of tech? We could argue this. We have meta refinery. The emulsifier maybe, so that we could get the next stuff, and then grab the suit tech. Okay, we'll do it like that. Shoot them with the sword. We'll do it. We'll do it. Dude, they flop like a fish outside. I like how they're doing front flips. Very acrobatic. He's trying to climb, dude. He really is. Alright, so with this separate wheel, we're going to use that to power the pump right there. This is going to be just automatically, we just drain into here. It doesn't actually matter what gases we have inside because of how the CO2 is the heaviest, and that's what we want to amass. So for the most part, there's no issue with the P oxygen or oxygen here. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, so that being said, we need to get ready for a spawn setup. We want to keep going down. We want to also go through the bad gases. So luckily for us, this is pretty good alignment. We don't hit, well, okay, we do hit a little bit of bleach stone, but it's not too bad. So we'll probably want to try to do this. We don't have pea dirt. Let's do bleach stone. Oh, I haven't discovered it because I haven't dug through bleach stone. Oh, that sucks. They need to make it so that if I click on it, it's registered as an item we could store. That would save us a little bit of, you know, making sure it lines up. Yep, that would have been nice. That would be a nice quality of life thing to have. All right, we're just gonna do a small little platform so that the airflow here is not bad. We probably also do this. We could climb out from the water tank. We're gonna have to save this guy at some point. All right, we do want to prioritize that so we start pumping. That way going down isn't too bad. A lot of space is dug out though. So if we're bored, we're gonna start digging out the map. That just makes sense. And this is because at some point we're gonna want the resource. It just makes sense for us to do this. So let's let them dig, let them work. Oh, and I didn't do gas pipes. Smart man. Goes down, goes up this way. Okay, sweet sweat corn. Oh yeah, we have a cook. And we're not cooking. That's kind of a travesty. Okay, so this is my ice is here. 37 degrees. We have a lot of time. We got temp shift plate tax. So I don't know if the person that asked about cooling is here, that had the problem with the oil. I'm going to show you right now what the power of the temp shift plate does. So we're just going to deal with that right now. So basically, I want a zone that I could mop up. That kind of works. I think we do that though. We could do that. I guess we could just let the hydrogen out too. Will you vacuum CO2 storage before pumping it? No. The reasoning why is the only thing you really want to use CO2 for, unless you're getting into a little bit late game, is the CO2 rocket. Now, the CO2 rocket in and of itself is pretty nice. The only thing with the CO2 rocket is that there's actually no issues if you pump it something that's not CO2. It just gets released in space, right? So when that happens, nothing takes damage. You know, you're not taking space where fuel would be. So there's no issue there. So I filter it later on. What's going on, C-Roy? I see you over there. This is probably where I might want to start deodorizing. Okay. This, we'll just do it like that, and then we'll hide the wires. Alright, so we're pumping. So the thing with CO2 is that it takes time to move down. Right? Now, while we're adding CO2 and all that at the same time, we are aware of how that's, the gas is heavy and wants to settle at the bottom. So we're not too worried about this. So we're not going to be filtering it. That way it saves up some time. We're not going to need some of the tech like the gas sensors. And of course, when you lower the pressure, some of these gases are going to come down anyways. So yeah, I'm not really going to be too picky about that. Gonna try to get deodorizers though, because that's taking up some breathability. I do want a clean map. And that's perfect. If I really want, I could try to put like a bionic dupe in here, lock him inside so he's forced to breathe all this oxygen. I don't even need to build anything. Just hire a boop and he'll just vacuum that out. That actually does work. All right, so Xandroth the Snorer going up top, man. And then this is a free bed. Research. We're gonna go for that. So that means this is ready. Good, good. We're not ranching yet, so I don't actually have to set up the settings. Everything seems fine. CO2 is getting moved out. Nice, steady line. So what we made here is infinite storage. That's how we're able to bypass the max pressure rate of the regular gas vent. This is one of the iterations of infinite storage designs. There's like 5 different designs for like each form of storage, solid, liquid, gas. So in our case, this is infinite gas storage. There's a lot of different ways of doing this. But if you guys are curious, ask away. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume you guys already know what it is. I don't want to, you know, preach to the choir, as they say. Y'all already know the songs. All right, so this is going to be what we're going to want to remove soon. We do want to start digging for gas flow purposes as well. You can improve airflow? No, fine. Maybe when we're pumping out the gas, yeah. So we hit max rate. We probably take the Joya Seeds. These guys don't have anything that's good. I don't want to needs light to sleep. That's kind of a pain. Because then it's 5 watts perpetual. Or I guess we could automate it, but that still kind of sucks. Yeah, we'll just grab Joyas. Alright. Waiting for that to be built. Waiting for that to be pumped out. So we're gonna be working towards the spawn design. Given how this looks, though, I think there's gonna be gold there. Well, no, swamp biome doesn't guarantee gold. Which means I shouldn't head over then. Because the only reason I would go would be for gold. I don't see any. I guess it's fine. Oh, by over here? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a strat. That's a strat, that's a strat. Yeah, should be able to dig all that. Oh, he's mad because he's getting cooked. Body temperature too high. Nah, he's fine, he's fine. No one's trapped, no one's dying. No one's trapped, no one's dying, right? We're just starting to do some digs. Nothing unusual. Right, so far so good. Do we have sand? No. Okay, we'll dig through for the sand. That's gonna be here. And then we should be fine letting the H2 float out. Not really too worried about that. Grab the sand in this biome, get it done. Sand on this side as well. We might actually have to use this because we're gonna need a way to get water. This is gonna be coolant liquid, technically. I wouldn't actually want to use that as a water source. Salt waters are only actual water, so it is gonna be this. Is this dormant? We should wait till it's dormant and then break in. I feel like that actually works really well if we can. Yeah, we will have to break into this 100% at the time. There's no bottom leak. There's a side leak right here. All right, we might have to go through that. We settled that leak. There's no top side leak. All right, so this is our only heat leak right now. We'll have to try to get this done. Oh. Oh, that works really well. That works really well. All right, there is going to be some additional things I would want to do, though. How close am I to steel? I'm kind of far off. Oh, we have gold here. Oh, I don't even need it. I could just use the gold, I think. And they give us the oil here. Okay, that's kind of nice. That's not bad. We got the free gold, free oil. And then we are going to want a knight. Holy crap, that's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Coming in for the 7 months on the 1 month streak. Sorry for going radio dark. I had to go boot camp. Oh man, yo man, make sure you're taking care of yourself. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Take care of yourself, my dude. And for the most part, dude, did you get the new DLC? Did you know when new DLC drops? I mean, if you see my stream title, you probably got it by now. But yo, dude, have you checked it out? Have you seen the new goods? You know what it is, man. I have been... No, for Oni. We just got a new DLC within the last week. And in the last 9 months, we've gotten 3 DLCs. So, yo, man, if you missed out on the Oni stuff, man, a lot of things have been changed. So, 9 months ago, we got, like a cold planet that's in the negatives. So, it's like a frozen planet. Worse than Rime. There's a lot of changes to make it so that cold temperatures hurt you now. There's another DLC 6 months ago that made it so that dupes have a counterpart where they're bionic. So you have a robotic dupe. We don't have any right now because they're different to sustain. Basically, a lot of the infrastructures that they need to do their day-to-day stuff is completely different. And then now we got a dinosaur pack. So the thing with the dinosaurs is, you know how the dinosaurs died? They got hit by a meteor. You know what happens? We're getting hit by a meteor. That's what this timer is. So the dinosaurs are going to get wiped out. If you want to see the impact damage, this little highlighted area is where the meteor is going to hurt us. I don't know what happens when that happens, but we want to not have the meteor kind of wreck us. So we have to shoot down the meteor. So we're going to have to build some blasters, get some missiles out, and it has 1,000 health. So we're going to have to figure out how many bullets we need, start shooting it down, and then we'll see what happens. But for the most part, yeah, man, we got some new stuff. Meteors, dinos, you name it. And then for the most part, I haven't played with the new stuff. I've only started playing it once it released. I didn't check it out in the beta branch. So yeah, we're kind of experiencing everything for the first time. But yeah, we will see what's good, what's bad, and what we gotta learn. And no guarantees we actually knock this out. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But yeah, first time on this. We will see, we will see. To be honest, some of us want to see what happens if the asteroid hits us. Hey man, we could do that at some point. If we don't get it in time on this one, I guess it's like, you know, we did it on purpose to see what would happen. What I'm curious about is, if the meteor hits the zone, does it become space exposure? That's what I'm curious about. Does it leave behind a resource? Does it put a hole in this so it's space exposure? Is there, you know, something else that happens? So in real life, what's that called when... So one of the things that people have a very weird misconception about is we need a giant meteor in order to end the planet. That's not the case. Once you hit a certain size that the object has like a really decent gravitational pull, that impact from that meteor of a certain size could do something that's a different effect, where things start to really feel like, you know, one of those crazy animations. And it's like things start floating, things start twisting and turning, and it's getting dragged into the new entity that's trying to collide into us. I forget what that's called, but it's basically, if an object large enough approaches us and gets too close, it doesn't have to hit us. The world's just going to get ripped apart from the gravitational pulls. I forget what that's called. It's the something effect. I tip of my tongue, man. But there is something like that that exists. I mean, I don't think they're gonna do that. This is not like a real life physics simulator. It's Oni. But you know, one of the things that I guess could happen. There's no space exposure. I see you guys. Some changes to base game, they do that all the time. No. I see you, VV. I see you, VV. Yeah, we know now. Feels bad, man. Yep, we know. The nature of playing video games online. Someone's gonna spoil something, right? For the most part, though, I mean, someone already kind of told us, so I guess it's fine. But yeah, we'll do the first time playthroughs offline. That way, you know, I could actually see what happens. You guys just don't get to see the reaction, right? That's it. But yeah, if I want to have that like first time playing experience, I really do have to just play offline. Feels bad. Alright, so we're just gonna be trugging along. 200 cycles. Hopefully we get it shot down. We don't know how many shots we need to make. We do have the blast shot maker now. We're probably gonna need to get it its own power source, realistically. But I do want to just put it down. That way we check it out. Have the recipe on deck so we don't have to worry about it too much. Yes. Pea water. We're gonna need that to spill in. Idle. Not dormant though. We could do that so we don't get stuck. And then this should be fine. We don't want to let them to climb up to do that. That's gonna be okay. Oh yeah, we got to do the ice spill that I wanted to do, right? Okay, so let's do it like that. We'll do some spot cooling because this is a heat source. We've stopped it from spawning, but it's warming up the map. So we're gonna try to cool it down slightly. Okay. I do want this. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to justify why you don't think it's a spoiler. It's fine, man. Alright, temperature plate. One, two, three, four. Let's go with that. So it's like, now that I know when I play the lab, I'm not gonna panic and be like, oh no, we only have 10 cycles. Right? Ah, man. But if you've convinced yourself that it's not a spoiler, there's nothing I could do to really change your mind about that. I wouldn't have any of that anymore, right? So don't get it twisted, it is a spoiler. Lab is a special map they make where they put a certain situation, right? That's a twist. This situation could be a bunch of things. It could be any setup, realistically. It's just the devs' way of having a little bit of, like, you know, spice into the game. Instead of having just a planet, they set up a situation for you. Yeah, I didn't see anything about this game. I didn't see anything about the DLC. I didn't check out the beta. I haven't watched anyone play it. But yeah. I didn't know. But that's now gone. So sorry, chat. You guys are not gonna have one of those videos of me going, oh shit. I was like, okay, what's wrong? Nothing seems wrong. Then jump scare. Yeah. That would be what it is. Oh, you only have 5 cycles remaining. Oh, shit. Okay, that's the egg. Okay, let's move the egg to here so he doesn't aggro to us. And then cook ranch. All right, nutrient bars. We should put these in here so that, you know, we have it all in one spot. All right, cool. This is done. So what we get now is we get a vacuum. So there's no problems doing this now. Even though it's hot, emanating heat, there's nothing to heat up, so we're just gonna be able to seal it. Safe seal. Hey, Knight, thank you so much. What the heck? Coming in with a 5 gifted, bald, Kafka Fish, Uglarvis, Nth Carpet, Sheeps. Welcome back to the city. Hope you guys enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote until that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub after. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support over there, Knight. So if you guys heard your name right now in chat, you know who to thank, man. The homie Knight coming in with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting me and the Mamba. Goes a long way. Keeps the Mamba fed. The thank you so much over there, Knight. Appreciate you. This guy, man, comes back with a bang. Only way to do it. Are you gonna let the hit or shoot it? We're gonna try to shoot it down. There's gonna be a lot of things I want to see, like how many bullets we're gonna need in order to, you know, fully shoot it down. We have, you know, we're taking it easy though, and if it hits us, I'm not really too mad about it, right? Because I've never actually experienced it before. So we kind of have to experience both situations. So, you know, I'm just kind of going with whatever happens. We're not going to like reset back 20 cycles in order to like beeline to make sure we kill it. Whatever happens, happens. But for the most part, right now, I'm trying to get a spawn up. Trying to get some water. Trying to get the stuff in. We will try to shoot it down. We just don't know what we actually need. So, you know, it's going to be a fun time. Waiting for our new vines to grow with our new optimal design. Let's go. And then vacuum. All right, so we need breathability down this way. O2 is getting more breathable down here. That means we got to break this spot. And then we want to basically open up for breathability's sake. That's what you did. You rewinded to see what happens. Hey, man. Dude, nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes, man, it's not worth the effort to start back from 0. Unless it's a challenge. Right? Let it hit you. And then, like, you know, have an easy time still. Make it so that, you know, it's not a problem. Tank the damage, so to speak. That might be a challenge, dude. Play the game and tank the damage. This guy's a menace. Oh, that looks like a Draco egg. That's a Lura seed. Wow. Okay. Welcome in, though, Zaki. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one so far. This is our first time checking out the DLC, so we're, you know, trying to see what we got at our fingertips. Got a lot to learn, a lot to take care of. Let's try to open these two. There are some cool things that happen, though, once you get hit. Okay. All right, second pitcher pump for throughput. And so this area right here, we put the ice. It used to be this temperature at 50. Now everything past that point is at 30. The ice tempered the area right here pretty well. So if we wanted to, we could do the same thing in this pocket so that the heat stops leaking out. So, I mean, it's not really going to matter, but we could actually set it up. This is 6. I mean, we would want more, maybe out to here. Yeah, that should be fine. And then we kind of just have to mine this out. Yeah, that way the heat from the salt water right here stops leaking through. It's not a big deal, though, to be honest. All right, so we're going to be moving the pump. We could see breathability is really nice now. And then we want to create space on this side because we're going to put the spawn right here. So we're going to want to move out as much of the water as we can. I will do something like this. This is going to be a hallway. Set that up. Have this come down. Have this go up. Yeah. And then we get rid of this. Should be fine. We got the spill, not infinite storage. That's fine. And then I want to drip the water to the bottom. That way this stops flooding. We don't need to mop that. Mop this. This is sealed. And then we could actually drain a little bit of water into here as well, which is not a bad idea. So this is probably okay. So what's going to happen is that it's going to go here and it's going to go up and then it's going to hang. So this is actually 12. So this is efficiency. Because once I get a dino in here, it's going to be able to shake down every single fig for itself. So this is actually the theoretical optimal design. Best design possible. The only thing is that I can't get this to hit the maximum space. Because it's a little bit like this room right here is 54. I don't think I could get another one that sets it up so that we could have 6 of these inside each ranch room. We could do 2 right now. We could probably do 4 maybe. But yeah, it's a little tough. It's a little tough to get that done. So our ranches are for 2 dinos. We're just waiting for the vines to populate, so it'd be okay. But yeah, that's gonna be why we're doing that in that weird setup like that. Cool. We could mop this up now. Gonna be moving out the water, and then we're gonna drain that by putting the water in the res. That's gonna keep them busy. And then we're gonna need to try to get the design for this by going down this way. So what I probably need to do is dig out this for gas flow. I was told that they are able to grow on doors, and not only that, open doors. So I'm hoping that's the case. So we want to, you know, actually see. But yeah, we got to wait and see. I was told that they can grow in open doors, though. Because they do climb up the walls. Research. Okay, emulsifier. All right, let's get Red Bull Tech stuff. Alright, let this drain out. That goes to there. We can start draining the waters. Yeah, breathability down there is kind of bad. Alright, we're gonna want to mop up the waters. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. I will also want to drain a little bit down if I'm able to. Like, we can't pump it up. Get rid of that. Look at this gas. 1 bubble of oxygen. Alright, so this... We need to get another one of these ice temperature plates. Let's mop up the water there so we can move it out. And then we'll put another ice temperature plate. We're going to be fighting the heat from here. Interesting design. had this DLC, I would want to experiment with a sawtooth floor, increase surface area while keeping the room area low. I was hearing from chat that a lot of people were doing this design. And the logic is that you're limited by this guy's stomping ability, which is apparently a 2x2. So what they do is these guys do a stomp, and then the food falls off of the vines, and then they eat it. And that's actually how they're supposed to kind of feed themselves. Hey, look! It's growing up! Hey! It's growing up! You see that? It's arcing upwards, even on the open door. That's nice. So that way, you're going to be able to get, like, all the fruit stomped by this guy in the optimal design, right? Because if you do a 3x... Like, I was thinking about doing it so that they go all the way around like that, but they don't reach the top, apparently. Which is why we settled with this design. Hey, gotta head out, boys. It's been nice watching you getting legit. Expect me in chat a little bit more, eh, man. Appreciate you, Knights. Hope you have a good one. It's only Tuesday, so I hope the week is awesome. But yo, man, thank you for the love, man. It's good to see you again. And yo, man, rest well, rest easy. Take care of business. And we'll see you next time, my dude. The 2x2 stomp area is why with the 4 high ceiling, you weren't getting food to drop from the ceiling. Yeah. That's actually, so when I was told that, I was like, okay, my original design to kind of maximize the space doesn't really work out. Because technically, if you have an open door, they're able to walk through and eat everything. But then if they stomp and the food doesn't come down, well, that kind of sucks. Because I was using the logic that items fall through a door, whether it's open or closed, right? They always fall through the pneumatic door. So nothing never really stays on top. So that was like the optimal tile to use, but then they have short range. Feels bad, man. I mean, realistically speaking, he's doing an earthquake. It kind of makes sense that there's not a lot of like, you know, the range is not that far. I mean, you're shaking the earth. That's pretty fair, man. You're shaking the earth. It's not gonna be, you know, you get to reach all the way to the top. Alright, so we're gonna be trying to populate this with oxygen. Not a brontosaurus. Yo, man. I heard that the brontosaurus used to be the scariest thing. Because they would use their neck and whip you with it. Another melt, let's go. Cold energy. Nice, nice. He's not shaking the earth, he's just shaking the level of my condo. See, that's the thing. You would think that he'd be able to shake the floor, right? Okay, this guy's probably not bad. We'll take bubbles. Go up to 11. The thing is that it's like, if you were on the ground floor, it'd be kind of hard, man. I don't know how they're gonna like really argue this is on the ground where this is like a tile extension. But if it was here, you get like miles of dirt, you know? And you jump on it, it's gonna be hard to shake. Right? I'm just saying. That's technically, you know, kind of tough, man. If that was on the bottoms like that, it'd be kind of tough. Okay, we have bleachstone now. You're lucky to have water geysers on your planet. I'm 100 cycles in and haven't found one yet. Wait. Z? Click on the planet? Does it show any water geysers here? That's what I would recommend. If you're playing spaced out, you can hit star map, look at planet details, and see the geyser composition. That way, you don't know if you're chasing a red herring. Or, you know, find the white rabbit. Nothing like that. That way, you just immediately go to the second planet and be like, okay, is there any water here? Otherwise, you know, it's like, oh, man. But I would recommend that. I would recommend that. All right, new line. Connected. We're pumping. The prehistoric should always have polluted water and salt water. Yep, I got the salt water. All right, we're cooling everything down. This is nice. We could do another temp shift plate here if we care for it. Auto bottle is on 1300. All right, so we're going to be lowering this water. Nice. Try to do this. Yep, required comment only knowledge about geysers. Yep. I'm on classic, but the planet has one I haven't found yet. Surrounded by mag volcano and steam vents. Oh, yeah, if you do classic size, the map is technically like 70% bigger. So like finding it is kind of a mission. Back on the base game size. Yeah. It is kind of like gotta get lucky. 1, 2, 3. So far. I just got 3. Oh, it's so close. Dude, it is not this close, man. It is not actually this close. What is happening, man? We're supposed to shoot it down? Isn't dude, am I crazy? Don't the side mirrors of your car that says objects may be closer than they appear? Shouldn't this not look that big? Dude, 150 cycles. What the hell is that? Dude, that's huge, dude. For no reason. That's way too big. Meteors in mirror are larger than they appear. Isn't default classic generation forcefully adding 2 to 3 water? I'm not sure. Because it really depends on if they change the generation. Technically, classic base game without any DLCs should be true random. But there is guarantee for 1 water geyser. It's not 5 though. But yeah. Back in base game, it was closer to true random. And if you played Badlands, there was only 1 minimum. So there are seeds out there where you have 1 cool steam vent and nothing else. Oh, George? What's up, George? Damn, he's hanging out with the bees. I guess that's, I mean, if it keeps away the mosquitoes. It's so that you don't miss. Oh, man. Yo, man, I'm gonna be real, man. I'm not familiar with, like, space physics. If I throw a rock, do I throw it straight and it goes straight there? You know, linear line, so to speak? Or is it gonna be like, we gotta have an arc? Dude, man, I don't know. Gotta ask Mayel about rock physics. Yo, man. I'd ask Gustavo, but that dude's dead. Feels bad. Shout out to Gustavo, man. He lived as long as he could. Let's just chalk it up to gravitational lensing, dude. According to physics, the rock never existed. No, that's Russell's teapot. What do you mean? You might be getting that confused with Russell's teapot. Alright, so this is gonna take a while. This looks like it's going up. And then we need to create space. The oxygen is good right now, so I'm not really too worried. And we want to get into here. Yo, man. Russell says that technically it sucks and it doesn't suck at the same time. There's no way to prove. There's no way to prove it, man. That's the problem. It could suck and not suck at the same time. There's just no way to prove it. Yeah, it is burden of proof. That's what she said. Oh shit. I don't really get how that works, but you know what? I think he got me, boys. I don't know how that works, but I'll give it to him. God damn it, man. I can't believe it. It's been such a long time since I heard those words. Alright, so what we need to do now is we need to attach something known as a... how do I really want to do this? I think I have to drain this. Yeah, I think I do. We gotta drain this, boys. I think we also move the pump down here. It actually, I think, makes a difference. Let's open this up. This kind of sucks because it's in the way. Yeah, we're gonna have to drain the water from this. Probably from here. Drain it down to the bottom. I have to create a pocket for that. That's gonna be something we're gonna dig out. And then we're gonna have to put the design in afterwards. So the polluted oxygen is gonna be breathability, technically. But we know that the CO2 is gonna settle down here. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do these two. So we have holes for breathability. I probably want to dig that. Oh, he fell down. Let's go. He made the jump. Alright, so what we probably want is here. And then we want to do that. Sand. And then we will have to dig through. I don't think I have skill for that yet. Timo and Zandroff. Give him the dig skill. Turner. We'll give him tier 1, I guess. He's going to decorate at some point. Ruby. Dig skill. Nails. He needs to be buff. Burt Reynolds. The rocket pilot. Bubbles. The farmer. Alright, so Bubbles... You're going to be doing farming. Ruby. What do you do? I guess they be digging. We have a builder here. That's going to slow down on the digging. And instead be a builder. That way you have more balanced jobs. And then we could have this guy supply. Bubbles the cook. I guess that works to a certain degree. Lindsay the cook. Oops. Cook supply. Alright, not bad. Alright, at some point we're going to start pumping oxygen. We don't want to do that. That's going to be when we want to cut that. Let's get rid of the pump. Let's get rid of the gas line. Okay, and then now we want to do this. Alright, so Timo Obsidian. Zandroff Obsidian. Alright, we'll be able to have a little bit of space now. We're probably also going to need to make sure we have a lot of space. So I might want to do... We're going to have to drown out the plant right there. We could do another strat where we try to mop everything up. I don't think that's going to be the play, though. Alright, still pumping. Not bad, not bad. Let's get rid of this. Hopefully they don't get stuck on the ledge. That's going to be better airflow for us. And then, technically, I should do this. Germs. Okay, that's fine. We have no shine bugs. I would probably want to put a shine bug in jail. So that... Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Wow, they're so close to each other. And then number 4. Okay, it's not bad. Fossil locations are all down here. That's not bad, I guess. Yeah, I'm not too worried then. Not too worried, not too worried. Oh my god, it works. We're getting the top layer right now. That means 36. Oh my god. Let's go. We could see him stomp for the foods. We're gonna call this guy Happy Feet. Come on, Happy Feet. Come on, man. Do the feet. Do the little feet thing. Come on, Happy Feet. You got this, buddy. He's kind of sad. Feels bad. All right, so we don't have auto harvest, so they just feed themselves. Whoa! He took damage? Wait, what? Wait, what? Could someone explain this to me? He got hit for 7 points of damage? Word? Y'all know how that works? Yo, man, we need some logs. I need to see how he got hit. Dude, who hit him? Hold damage. No, this is 30 positive. We're even in the comfortable range, let alone livable. Nothing's even close to that cold here. Everything here is polluted oxygen. Yeah, man, I'm confused. I've noticed random damage within temps. It's odd. You know what I think it could be? They're interacting with the geyser. That's the only thing. He was getting 2 cold errors. Huh. That's jank, man. They gotta fix their game. Not working as intended. The Rexes take damage from the Dartles. Interesting. Oh no, the Rexes and Dartles take damage away from stuff. Like, that's at that point, like, dude, we wouldn't even know what the issue would be. Dude, what the heck? Let's do the ladders on this side. Because I want to be on this tile, and then we're going to have to dig underneath. We probably just drain it down. I think we have to. That means this guy's going to be an adult. All right, he's got to go when we can. Take him out. It's time to go in for the drain setup. We're going to lose a plant, which is fine. Please flop into the right side. No. Stay on the right. Stay on the right. Take out the freaking larva. Nice. Okay, he seems okay. Okay, so we want that set up. Nice. Zapped him. Good stuff, good stuff. Technically, let's get a ladder there. Because we want to create some space here. Because we need to drain this as well. Okay, we want to dig those two out. Now that we got this, we could try to dig that. Oh, damn. The little pip. We got to put him in the bedroom so he doesn't become a troublemaker. Okay, let's go for telescope tech. We're only 50 cycles in, so we should be fine. This should be airflow. For the sake of temperature, I could probably set that up now. Okay, now we could drain this. Can we reach this? No. Nice build. Okay, so now we got to do the setup. So airflow here. This is tile. So we do that, climb up that way. And then we know that tile here. We need to make this unbreathable so we can have a more foolproof setup. Here. Let's get that as well. Water is fine. We're gonna have to pump this up later. And then this is gonna be active. I guess we could get this in now. This is never gonna really need gold. We'll just put a regular one inside. Insulated shouldn't matter. Everything should always be the same temp. So if anything, we pull it out to here. Makes a lot of sense. And then we just need wires. Yeah, regular wires should be okay here. I don't want to spend the refined metal. Do it like that. Construction. Let's bump this up. Bump this up as well to a 9. It's good. Okay. Alright, so the gases here are gonna be interesting. Alright, we want to dig that up. Just the nature of the sand gonna be in the way, and I want to be able to walk up top. Here to here. Bump this to a 7. You won bingo. Yo, man. Damn, I didn't know you was in a retirement home. Is it bingo night today? Goddamn. Yo, man, I didn't know. Shout out to the bingo players. Come on, happy feet. Yeah, it's eating. Oh, you're visiting your mom. You playing bingo, dude? What's the prize, man? Get the Costco pack of peppermint gum. That's the classic bingo giveaway. Dude, you get the whole Costco pack, dude. That's a lot of gum. But that's the reasoning why every time you visit your grandparents, they're like, do you want some gum? I got some gum, yo. And they be slanging the gum, dude. They be slanging it, man. Power tools with a battery? Oh, that's nice. That's nice, man. Alright, I want that because we know we're going to climb down. Yep, All right, so that's gonna spill. So what's happening is we're getting infinite spill. It spills, pushes to the left, and then it spills out over here. So can we seal this, please? Thank you. Good stuff, man. I don't have enough room for all the water. Oh, we didn't finish it. Okay. They breathe, CO2 pushed up. Okay, that's fine. We got to do this tile next. We don't have space anymore. Alright, I guess that means we're gonna have to dig this out. Or, I guess we could just mop it up. Once it gets to that level. Okay, so we need to get another airflow there when we're ready. I guess we could do this now. And then we gotta open up this bubble. All we gotta do is have this go down and the gases fly out. This part is 2 insulated tiles. It's not really gonna matter. You just climb up, climb down. So realistically, we just want to build this one. Second one at priority 5. And then chlorine CO2. Alright, we're gonna do the spaghetti strat. The spaghetti strat's kind of weird, but it makes sense. And then it's going to depend on where... I mean... We'll probably want it like that then. Get that, and then we'll put vents on both sides. Let's get this built. Mom spaghetti! Hey, dude, man, did you hear Eminem open up a restaurant and started selling mom spaghetti? That's freaking legendary, dude. That is legendary. It really is. He opened up a store in, I think it's Philadelphia. And one of the things he sold was mom's spaghetti. And on the first week it opened, he was actually serving people as one of the persons working there. It's real, dude. He was giving back to the community. It was supposed to be like cheap food, good quality. Okay, not stuck. Let's go. Dude, that's real, dude. He leaned into the memes and was like, yo, man, I can't pass up on this. All right. We don't need the bottom. We need that one. Dude, play the long game. That's a strats, man. Alright, that fills up. Perfect. You better not swim in here and get stuck, man. You better not do it. Can he swim through a 1x? Y'all can look it up, man. That's a real story, dude. Okay, infinite storage, but then I want the chlorine to be the second tile. That'd be the perfect thing. In which case, I need to get that. I need to watch this, actually. Alright, so getting the water is going to be nice. This looks like this is falling behind. So I'm going to do this. And then we're going to do that. So technically speaking, we shouldn't need this. I could get rid of it now because we know which tile we need to. We're running spaghetti pattern for a reasoning. All right, so now it's this, that. And then we get the chlorine. That's all we wanted. So now this is cut. So we got a pocket. So that way we could have this go under, stop it from flowing, and then we get the sequence where we need it to be. Let's get rid of that. And then now we just do this, that, and that. And then this is gonna spawn on top of the, there it is. Now we could get rid of this. Get rid of the gas pipes. Get rid of the pump. We'll leave the power. It might connect to that. And then technically infinite storage. The only thing we're worried about now is making sure the polluted oxygen here doesn't have any issues. Given how it works though, that's going to be really hard to try to pull off, but we could try. We could try. Okay. So let's move the stuff out. And then we will need... We're going to put the seed inside. Actually, this doesn't rot, right? We can move the seed out. This is going to be polluted. We're not going to go inside. And then on this side, technically we want to go down this way because we have to open up the bottom. I guess we do it like that. This setup is ready, so we just empty out the water now. This is done. We just mop up the water. We're gonna leave this in the brine so that we can put the stuff that off gases there. Right now we have rot and bleach stone. Not bad. Calories over 100k. Nice. Waters do the drain. Good. And now we could just wipe out everything here. All right, so we want to do that. Deconstruct that one. We should be able to make every jump there. Okay, so both of these... CO2 still spills off right here because of how the water works. And then... we want to put a bottle drainer right here for now. We want this setup. Try to mine that if we can. And then it's probably... That's tough. Hey, dude! Zara coming in with 1,000 bits. Holy shit. I'm currently on a bingo high. It's good to see you play Oni again. Hey, thank you so much, Zarek. Sometimes you need to take a break, man. That way, you know, you kind of start appreciating some of the things about it. I really needed that break. I'm not gonna lie, man. I didn't like how it was, like, affecting me. So, you know, it had to be done. But, yo, man, thank you so much. I see you over there. Yo, man. This guy needs to go bingo every day. That way we get the bingo high all the time. Dude, they're gonna start drug testing this guy, man. Dude, how is he winning all the bingos? I could see that happening. We gotta have the performance enhancing drugs. This guy took the limitless pill. Ate it. It's like, you know what, man? I found out there's a pattern. And if you card count the bingo cards and you pick the 69th one, you win every time. Yo, man. He figured it out, boys. He's figured it out. But yo, Zarek, appreciate you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. All right, we gotta go through this way. And then I gotta do something weird. I guess we do it here? No, this is weird. I wouldn't know how I would want to do this. Maybe we wait till later. But yo, man. Playing some Oni. It's good to be back. It is good to be back. Where did this oxygen come from? Wait, what the heck? Not the polluted. That's supposed to be polluted. Where does normal O2 come from? Man, that's going to be a problem. Thanks for keeping me company during the bingos. I thought it was gonna be boring. Yo, man, you got to check out the, not really check out, but you get to see us play around with the new Oni stuff, which is always gonna be pretty good times. But as I said, man, you know, it's a lot of honeymoon phase stuff. So hopefully it's not gonna be too bad. I remember in the beginning, I was hyped about the bionic dupes, and then later on, when you actually play with it, it's like, man, it's a hassle. So, you know, I'm trying to reserve as much as I can from this game. I don't want to judge too soon, judge too early. We did say we wanted to go up to 12. Anemic build supply. Oh, that's tough. Because then you put the suit on, that's minus 11. Because of rocketry, right? Dude, I'm taking the food, I guess. Feels bad. We have too much food. We're just gonna disable the freaking the fruit down here, man. Dude, this guy is healthy. Oh my god. He might be eating so much he's hitting max calories. Because you usually have enough life for 8 cycles. I mean calories. So that means 8 times 1,300 per cycle. That means it's about 10,400. Happy feet. Wombo combo. Yo, man. Oh, there it is. Eating the foods. I see you over there. All right, we're not gonna pick those up anymore. All right, we're gonna let him do his thing. Is there a DLC considered must-have? Spaced Out? Outside of that, I can't say. After Spaced Out, the other DLCs aren't really necessary. It's only if you want to play with the new stuff. That's probably the best way to describe it. If you don't get the new DLCs after Spaced Out, that's Frosty Planet Pack, that's Bionic Dupes, that's the dinosaurs, you don't get any of the upside. So it becomes a thing where if you don't get the DLC, you only get the debuffs. When Frosty Planet Pack came out, they changed how temperature works. So you basically were screwed to play Rhyme Start. You can't do that anymore. You get wrecked. So what that means is that if you want any of the benefits, you have to get the DLC. So the new planet, the new critters, the new biomes, you would need to get the DLC for that. Otherwise, you get the temperature changes that hurt you. Bionic Dupes is kind of similar in a sense that you don't get the dupes till you get the DLC, but then there were some changes added to the base game. It wasn't that bad. But that's kind of how it works. You have to really get the DLC to get the goods. Outside of that, you're just susceptible to the balance changes that typically balance down. They don't typically balance up anymore at this stage of the game. Like, it's been developed, right? It's been out. They've done all the balancing that they could. Oni's becoming pay to win. Not really pay to win, but more so pay to update, I guess. Yeah, you get all the downsides playing the game, Joe Tom. It's exactly my point. He knows, man. So it's one of those things where it's like, do you really care then? Right? Like, if you want the upside, you'd get the DLC, but if you don't care for it, you just gotta live with the downsides. That's really all it is. Like, that's the entire dilemma, which isn't too bad in most cases. But yeah, I would say Spaced Out is the only DLC. I think Spaced Out is the best DLC out of everything that's out. It's the most thought out, fleshed, you know, they actually fleshed it out, did it really well. And yeah, I would say it's the best, quite frankly. It might even be like a clear number 1. All right, we're gonna start getting the pitcher pump here. Let's get the second one. We got the water here, so we're not worried. It's really just for the supercomputer. So we'll just have the single pitcher pump. Let's grab that. This is all dug out now. Nice. So now we could make the jump here. Do that. And start digging this out so we have space for the spawn. Proper spacing. So we got to put the ladder there, ladder there, ladder there, ladder there. So we're doing proper spacing so that we know where the buildings line up if we do the 4-tile gap, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing. That way we can maintain it no matter what happens. It still kind of looks good. So it looks like we could either do the spawn here or down here. We probably do it up here, to be honest. I think that makes the most sense. And then we could do attachment for cooling at the bottom or on the side. So we know the design we do, right? It's a very tried and true design. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 1. That's typically the pattern. This also means we have to cut through this. And then we could add 1, and then we could adjust everything else afterwards. We do need to trim everything, so we have to let them start digging. From there, it's 5 tiles. Try to build as much of that as we can. We do want to do that to get the middle in range. All right, so at this point, infinite storage is achieved. I want to try to get as much polluted oxygen inside as I can as a means of overpressuring. I also want to have a dump line in here. We'll put it on the far side. I also want to try to get plastic vent. There's no way I could rush plastic right now, right? I would want it. That'd be ideal, but I'm asking for a lot. Meme strat? I guess we could. Yeah, we could do a meme strat. It would work. It wouldn't be too bad. Do you get luras for plastic? Oh, is that what amber becomes? I haven't looked at what amber does. Resin. Fossil sands. Plastic from resin. Oh. I guess we could do that. I might just work around it, to be honest. I might just work around it. I do have an idea to make this work. Lure plant gives plastic. You plant those. Don't need the fertilizer. You just spam those. Okay, I see you. They have to eat the mosquitoes. I gotta have some of these around my house in real life. I need some of these, man. We could try to just let them free. All right, I'm gonna try to avoid planning that because I think I have a method to do what I want to do, meme strat wise. I think it'd be fine. You have to do the oil route, no luras. You could lose the seeds, right? Because the plants get flooded and then they become a seed and then a Paku eats it. I could see that happening. I could easily see that happening. All right, this is good. They could just make the jump now. Good stuff. All right, we're gonna continue to dig. We did the extra 1 space gap. All right, let's be a little bit extra. So we do 3, 3, 3. I think that's the pattern we'll go for. Just want to, you know, make sure we have extra space, room for all the activities. Kind of like watching Step Brothers. So much more room for activities. I mean, they be right, man. They really do be like that sometimes. All right, digging this down. So we're gonna open this up at some point. Missing 1. 1 plus 3 is 4. Bottom row. Wait. What are we missing? Oh, I see what you're saying. This is 1. We added 2 on top. Wait, no. This is fine, right? And then this is 5 right there. Yeah. This is 5. So we gotta build this one. Mimikas count. Okay, that's fair. If that's fine, I think that's gonna be the combo we probably want to use. That does seem pretty good, not gonna lie. Alright, I do want to make this jump though. On the bottom row, we need 1 more. Wait, but this is plus 3, right? And that means this is plus 6. Isn't that correct? Joe Tom, you might be right. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Oh, wait. Take him out before he gets our blood. Get him, boys. Hey, nobody's got bit today. Nobody's getting bit today. All right, so we're gonna stop this. We're gonna remove this. I think we were gonna be able to do this in time. 631. Yeah, 631. So if this is 3. Oh, I see. Plus 2 plus 5. Yeah. So it's supposed to be like this then. And then we get that. I see what you're saying. Yeah. 136. Yeah. I thought it was 1 plus 3 plus 3. There we go. I see what you're saying now. All right, CO2 at the bottom. I want this to spill out. We want to get this in, if I can. Amber is such a good material. You could use that to build glass tiles. Oh, there's that. That's a resource for glass now? Glass tile is not a thing? Oh, it's window tile. Oh, it doesn't tell me the resources I could use for that. That sucks. Oh, sap. And resin work as well. Okay. That's kind of nice. Oh, don't you dare have that oxygen on the inside. Don't you dare have that oxygen on the inside. We need that on the outside, man. To the left, Beyonce. Come on, someone put the Beyonce song on. To the left. Come on. Oh, travesty. I'm not even sure this is gonna work. How I need this to work now. Ah, man, that really does screw everything up, not gonna lie. So I want to pressurize the room so that the gases don't off-gas. And then if it's above 1800, you don't off-gas. Yeah, I gotta wait till it gets there, though. It's never going to the far right for some reason. It's so annoying. And if it gets there, it does this weird maneuver where it just jumps left. Come on. It never goes all the way right. What sorcery is that? How did you do that? What did I do, Goldie? What's the question? I usually keep the gases, oxygen, and CO2 for that infinite storage. Oh, so I want to prevent this space right here. Oh, okay, so pause. I am using a mod called Mass Move. This allows me to basically select what I want to move, hover everything on it, and then now that I'm doing this, I could select how many jobs I want to have. So I'm gonna do 5 jobs, so 5 different dupes. Okay, they only gave me 4, that's fine. So 4 different dupes could do this. And then now I just go in here, priority, bump it up to 7. So it's a mod. It's Mass Move is gonna be the name of the mod. I highly recommend it. It's great quality of life. It's very hard to find something that's gonna outperform that, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's really good. Oh, come on. Oh, dude. I'm sure you do, but do you have a list of mods you use? I don't have Mass Move on there, but that's my entire list. I use like 4 mods. I play the game as close as I can to vanilla. The only thing I add is quality of life stuff that I think should be in the game. One of them, Smart Mop. So, you see this pool of water? 1 click, mop the entire spill. Very quality of life. Second mod I use is Pliers. I mean, I don't have to explain that. We have Disconnect tool, same thing. Pliers is just more coverage. Disconnect is just a single segment. DJSM doesn't work, so that doesn't really matter. And then sweep by type. Y'all have the sweep button right here, right? I could click on this, and then I could select specific items to sweep. So what I eventually do is I do a solid storage. I guess I could make that right now. And in the solid storage, I actually have a list here that I sweep and all the items go to my solid storage. But basically, if you want to do only like agriculture, right? You only sweep the seeds right there or the fertilizer right there. Everything else doesn't get moved. Select everything. You don't want liquids, that's fine. They have all the categories that you would normally have on a bin. So anything that's on a bin is on the sweep by type. Really, really nice. Because one of the problems I had playing this game is once you get to like cycle 500, you have everything on this single tile. And it's like, what the hell? I don't see my item. I can't click on it and click sweep. So I was like, I can't move out my item I want. So now I could just click the item I want, cover it, and it'll pick up that single item. Very quality of life. Once you get solid storage, it's the same thing, right? Is there a mod that allows me to dig in regards to a filter? Oh, I would like something like that as well. Like something like you bring out the filter, you hit dig, and it digs out all the sedimentary rock that's touching. That would be nice. I don't think that's a mod though. At least not that I know that exists. But that's what it sounds like, man. That sounds like it'd be really nice. What's going on, Sandray? Welcome in. I see you over there. What's good? How are you? How are you? Alright, we need to dig so the items fall down. And then I need to do this. There we go. I have a question. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hit the buttons. Don't move. Don't move. Move up. Move up. Move up. Oh, you little bastard. He knows, man. Come on, dude. Move out, man. This is some BS. Oh, you know what might actually work? If I dig this... Oh, that might actually work. So we create more horizontal space. Yeah. No. Don't move. Hey, we got it. Let's go. Deleted. And when you open it, it's not there anymore. Yes. Yes. Now we just got to worry about that guy. All right. So we should be good. All right. So how do I want to do this part? This should be a door. And then we need to make sure this is not a problem. And then we need some trace amount of liquids here. That would all work fine though. How would I want to do this? Okay, I think it makes sense. So we want to dig that, go down. And then we will want a gas line here. We want the CO2 to spill. We want this to be here. Oh, wait, how much is this? 8. That's actually perfect. We do that. That could actually work. Okay. And then I'm gonna run a hard filter. Actually, just run a hard filter, dude. I almost never do that. We run a hard filter. Okay. So that we could reach. Here, 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 here. Looks good. We don't need power inside. Alright, I think we're fine. What's going on, Flynn? Welcome in. Is there an autopilot for rockets not using dupes? Yes, there is. There is. So there's 2 ways to do it. You could build the module, or you could just trailblaze. You don't actually need the Bionic DLC. You could just do it the other way, which is perfectly fine. So the other way is you run a trailblazer. Right? This, once you're in space, you could land your dupe. So what you do is you launch, immediately land, and then your rocket has no pilot. You could do whatever you want with it. As long as you have fuel, it will move. So you could actually send that as an empty rocket to another planet, and then it will land by itself. So that's actually just base game. Well, that's spaced out. So if you have spaced out, you could do that. All right, we are looking for another dupe. Stinky looks very hard to pass up on, man. He looks kind of nice. Welcome in, Stinky. Yeah, so the Bionic Booster Pack has a different version. Because what they do on their version is you basically get you get the ability to just launch a rocket without a dupe inside. The problem with that is it's not worth it. I don't think it's worth how much they make you pay for that, because you have to feed it databanks in order for that to be a thing. So because, you know, databanks is not really fun, and it's going to take you some time to get to that point, a lot of times, you know, you don't really care for that stuff. So if you want to do it faster, you just launch, trailblaze out, and then let the rocket do its thing. But yeah, you could have done a no pilot rocket for the longest time. You didn't need the DLC for that. All right. Let's lock the door. Yeah, that's the thing. You could do the data banks to feed the, you know, solo pilot, but it's like, you don't even need to do that. You could just do it without. It just feels like, you know, that kind of sucks. Started automate databanks and got diamond to 0 and still 5k databanks left. Nice. So that's why they added data mine and producing databanks. Yep. So you don't have to go to space and just automate it. Oh, my man is stuck. There we go. My bad, my bad. My man was stuck. I didn't even realize. Alright, so we want to do this still. We're waiting for that. This is going to be polluted oxygen is what we filter. We're going to have the CO2 be how we pressurize the room. And then we're just going to be pumping. I automated databanks, rocket mining, but it's kind of endgame permanent solution rather than early game colonizing. Yep, it's a lot more endgame. Didn't they also add it because you needed databanks for the dupe socket thingy? There was a lot of things that use databanks now that they want to add in. And like, while you do... Well, no, the dupe socket, the bionic dupes, right? That's microchips, which is refined metal. That's not databanks. The databanks were just really for the rocket stuff. There was another thing, I think. What did you call that? Terminal? There is the terminal that you could work, and then a robot somewhere else on the same planet does the job without you having to walk over there. That building, I believe, uses databanks. Yeah, the remote controllers, right? But yeah, I believe it was for that. Honestly, I don't like a lot of the endgame stuff added. It didn't really do enough. All right, CO2 gets out. We're hoping the O2 stays high. This is at 2,000 grams. So this is off-gassing down here with the CO2. Because it pushes around the gas. It's going to be the same thing here. Once we move out the CO2, the polluted oxygen is going to come down. And then that's going to be where we get the gases coming in. All right, so this CO2 bubble would normally get deleted, but because of how the game changes now, it just gets displaced. So now we're just adding in polluted oxygen. I want to try to get this to about 3,000. And then what we'll be able to do is close the door. This is going to be pressurized. And then I'll be able to diagonally from this side and from underneath close this up. And then I'll be able to get rid of the door. And then we just have a pressurized setup. Clean, no gases inside, right? We could just wait. So that's going to be what I'm trying to do, to pressurize this for the long term. And then we'd be fine. Then we're going to be setting up the spawn on this side. So this is all removable. This might be a problem. Let's do this so that we can just get rid of the tiles there. I just got it, so no, I haven't done anything yet. I have not done anything new. We're checking this out for the first time today. So we didn't do anything new yet so far. We're just trying to get through the game the way we normally would. $3,000. It's going to eventually pressurize everything else and then even out. Submerged spawn, Hydra, sure, whatever you want to call it. It's technically not a Hydra because I'm not doing the 3x3. Right? Because technically, the Hydra is the version where you stack in a 3x3 like this. That's technically what the Hydra is, right? We're not gonna be doing that. That's a little bit of yeah. I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be doing an adjusted version that I like to do. And then we want no metals. Okay, we're gonna have to do some stuff. Man, I guess we'll run cooling within the system. But I really feel like I need to try to get... Man, how do I want to do this? Yeah, you call every submerged version a Hydra on your head. It's just the same thing. Yeah, I don't like calling it that because it's like, that's technically not what a Hydra is. So the submerged spawn design existed before the Hydra. It's just that the guy that kind of had his post go viral basically made a design so that you could stack it in a weird 3x3, and he was like, I'm gonna call this the Hydra. I guess he posted that everywhere, like, you know, all the Reddits, all the Discords. Maybe he made a YouTube video, I'm not sure. But for the most part, that's the reason why everyone calls it a Hydra. They're wrong, but it's like, I'm not really gonna care enough to be like, hey man, that's not what it is. While I do try to do that, it's like, I don't really care if you guys call it a Hydra or not. You know, that's just how it came to life. You don't like that guy? I don't know who, I don't even know who calls it the Hydra. Like, I don't know who's the originator of that. I don't know who's the original person, man. I really don't. I just know that's how it worked out. Oh, we're good. We're at 34. All right, it's time for the strat. Boop. We go up even higher because it pushes. No, it doesn't. And then we could go through this way. We could start trying to build this. And then this is good now. We don't need to do this anymore. We will run this instead. Oh, polluted oxygen. That's fine. So we'll just leave it like that. Remove this. We got the name some automation Mamba. I know, man. Y'all want to see Mamba? He's with me right now. Let's see if we can have the babies on cam. The little Mambas is right there. He's just napping. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I woke him up. I hear you. I'm sorry, baby. He's over there yawning. My kitty cat loves to lick me. I guess I'm tasty or something. Tasty human. Licking all my fingers. He's a good kitty cat, though. Let's do a little bit of a stretch. Big stretch, big stretch. But yeah, just napping right now. The little kitties. And I know, babies. I know. Alright, we're gonna leave you alone. Mamba is a Scottish fold. Mamba is a Scottish fold. So, by design, he is supposed to be one of the best mouse hunters. But it's only if it's small mice. If it's one of those giant rats, I don't know about that. But when it comes down to small mice, Mamba is supposed to be the best hunter of all time. Yeah, I heard about that, Solo. It feels bad, but it's like, you know what, man? I would want him to do it. I would want him to live as long as he can. Viscal gel and supercoolant's now made in the emulsifier. I did not know that. I don't think I'll be making any of that, but that's kind of good to know. The first Google image Scottish Fold tells a lot. Yeah. Mamba. Mamba's Scottish Fold. I think he might be a Scottish Fold mix. But yeah, he has the bent over ears. He might be like a half tabby or something. But yeah, he's a cutie pie. Best cat I've ever had. New amber recipe hype finally have me insulated. The tree though, not really hyping me. Yo man, tree sucks. Tree be the bad times. Alright, so we're gonna be doing this from diagonal. We get the good setup. This is effectively going to be how we get more polluted water in storage. There's gonna be some polluted water here that I'm gonna want to add in. Right, so we're just gonna put a bottle drainer here. And we'll be able to add more inside. Right, so it drips down, spills in. The liquid vent's never gonna release too much polluted water, so it's never gonna have any problems here. So we should be fine. If anything, I do want to add this for temperature control and that as well at some point. Climb up, climb down. Want to do all this. And then we'll be able to get rid of the door. After we're done, we'll leave this for now though. I mean, automating the tree, the feel the cold and finish, but move out material, really complex, sensible temperature shortcut. Yeah, it's kind of a pain. I'm gonna be real. The tree really is just a little bit too, how do I say this? It's good if you could mass produce food and then, you know, feed it, but like having the tree, I really do think it would have been better to have that on the starting planet, given how many steps you have to do and how long it takes to really get a lot of food. Because you wouldn't want to grow food or ranch on that planet. I mean, you could, it's really time consuming. So a lot of times you're kind of incentivized to just bring the food yourself. And it's like, dude, why couldn't we just have the tree on the first planet? That would have been so much better. We could work towards it, right? Like, maybe on Spaced Out, the planet's too small. I could see that. Maybe have it on the second planet. Maybe on Classic Start, it was on the first map. You know? Like, that just in general, I feel it would have been a lot better. Now, of course, you know, I'm not sure if there was other decision making behind it. Like, there's another reasoning. Kudos. It's just, you know, in hindsight, we could see that it could have been a lot better. Automate tree with sending food in packages from other planets. You could do that. Yeah. You could do that, I guess. But it's one of those things, though, where it would just make a lot more sense, given how much resin you really need. Like, you don't really need that much, right? Because it's endgame content. You really don't need, like, 100 tons of it. Realistically, like, you beat the game with 1 ton of fullerene. You wouldn't need more than that, you know? And the only people that would want to do, like, an interplanetary launch automation would be the people that have, like, 1,000 cycle-long colonies and they want to do everything. It's just, logistically, it just makes more sense to kind of just have it with you, do that one-time drop-off, get what you can, and then you're kind of good to go. I'm glad they added a new workaround. Honestly, I think they should just give us the tree on, like, the second planet. That would be really nice. You know what? Not even have it guaranteed. Make it so that there's a chance we get the Experiment 52B planet as a sister planet. Right? That would be kind of easy to do. Make it so that the teleporter, the planet associated with the teleporter, right, isn't guaranteed, and make it so that there's a chance to get the second planet, which is the Experiment 52B planet. That'd be kind of nice. You might be happy with the new spoilers. I see you guys. I see you guys. Maybe there's something I don't know about yet. Experiment tree should be a random spawn, similar to other points of interest, like Crittermorph. Oh, you mean like the story traits? Honestly, yeah, it really should. That would actually make it a little bit nicer. That could remove one planet from the list of planets, which reduces lag, right? That would all work out, man. Make that tree a like standalone experiment 52p story trait. That would work really well, IMO. So iso resin becomes resin, right? Is that what it is? So amber becomes resin, but not iso resin. But iso resin doesn't really have much use, right? Petroleum gold. What is it that it is? Insulite? Isosap. There it is. Oh, they changed it to isosap. Sap becomes isosap. And you have to boil it. So you get sap instead of resin now. Oh, wow. And resin is still a thing. You just get refined carbon instead. Wow. Dude, that's kind of confusing. Wow, dude, that's kind of like the phosphorite and phosphorus thing, right? It's like the materials look so similar and become each other. Yeah, it's one of those, like, very confusing things. Yeah, old resin, new resin. Yeah, I'm not fond of name change. I agree, man. Not a fan of that. What if they make the planet maps a full circle and the tree grows on the surface on the opposite side of the planet you're on? That wouldn't be bad. Like, having some form... I mean, no, that wouldn't really change how it would be from now. Even if you knew where it was. The problem is that you have no easy way of, like, gradually feeding it food. Which is realistically what the problem is. You just visit it one time, drop all the food, and then, you know, you just leave it alone. Versus, like, having it there the entire time would have been nice. Cranky old dude, thanks so much for the gift sub. I see you over there. Joe Top, you know who to thank. Welcome to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the moment doing that reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Cranky. I see you over there. I'm confused. So, Amber is a new resource that gives you resin. Resin does not give you sap. Sap is now only from the experiment 52B. So it's a different resource in and of itself. Now that you mention it, remind me why some people make refined phosphorus. It's for geotuning, right? Yes, I believe that is water, I think. In order for you to get water geotuned, you have to run refined phosphorus. I see you over there. Crush on a girl named Amber. It'd be like that sometimes. Oh, it's Bleachstone. Then that must be... Is that the fuel? Or is that the miscellaneous? So metal volcanoes is abyssalite, I believe. Bleachstone is water-based. You have fuel geysers, so that's natty gas, hydrogen. Those geysers, I think, could be refined phosphorus. It's either that or the miscellaneous, like CO2 chlorine. Oil leak isn't a geyser. I mean, technically it is. I've never actually done that because it's perpetual. That might mean you just get more oil, which is nice. But the oil well, right, doesn't change because that's based off of your water you're adding in. Add geotuners in my base. It's the metal volcanoes that use phosphorus. There we go. It's metal volcanoes. Okay, so volcanoes, metal volcanoes. Okay. I haven't done geotuning in such a long time, so I didn't remember exactly what it was. It is a geyser. Can you geotune that? I mean, I guess you can, because it just increases the mass you get. It's just perpetual, right? Now, one of the reasons why people make it is because of this temperature range. What happens is that you could get hot phosphorus, right? You could get hot phosphorus from phosphorite at 240, and then you spill that on the ground in the normal environment, and it solidifies into the tile. That way, you can get natural tiles. Yeah, that's also something you feed for shine bugs, 100%. But it was one of the ways if you have like, you know, a cool area and you want to try to get tiles there without really, you know, working for glass and all that. You could do it like that. Is it 200? I thought it was... It really depends. So different liquids have different solidification points. I'm not sure how much mass you need, but I believe the trick is you would have it in bottles. And if the bottle solidifies and the bottle is 200, you'd be able to have it just solidify. The bottle becomes a tile. So the easy way is to have melted a pool and then you pitcher pump it. And then it's 200 kgs at a time. And then you have the bottles that you move. And then your dupes, while carrying the bottle, doesn't go through state change. Now it is cooling down, but they never go through state change. That's another thing that's weird. If you're carrying something and you go through in an environment, it shouldn't change states while your dupe's carrying it. And it might be specifically liquid to solid. But what I tested it with is magma. I've taken magma from the bottom of the map, carried it through my base, and then dump it at the top. While it does leak out the heat as I'm walking, the magma itself never solidifies. However, it's like once I get up to here, maybe something happens to it. I don't know. But yeah, while traveling, unless it's like, you know, end of schedule and you drop it on the ground. In that case, you know, it's going to solidify into a tile. That might suck. But yeah. Not bad. Not bad. All right, so the spawn tap is... Oh, it's dormant. What in the travesty is this? Dude, the moment you need it, it goes dormant. That's rude. Whatevers. We didn't analyze it. It's fine. We didn't have the points yet. So we're going to be setting up a spawn next time. And yes, people of chat, it is going to be time to wrap things up for the night. So we're in a pretty good spot. 50 cycles in, we're going to have a spawn up in another 50 cycles. Cooled, tempered, everything's going to be great. By that time, I'll be able to do a weird system. But I don't know how I want to do it. We might have to run it through the water right here. We'll have to see. But we're going to have to make a metal refinery system. I might take the coal here because I don't want extra dupes yet. What we might do is go into here where there's ice and try to melt the ice. And then use the cold water and loop it in the cold biome so that we could warm it up. Not because we want to warm it up, but because we want to reuse the water so that the metal refinery is kind of like, you know, closed loop to a certain degree. So that's going to be the next thing we do. Once we get the metal for that, we should be able to start working on the blast shots. So petroleum and biodiesel is going to be what we're going to be looking for. And then peat or fertilizer. So petroleum, biodiesel. We could get oil from this planet. Oil res. No water, so maybe not. There is oil biome though. And then the other one is biofuel. Biodiesel. So that's tallow. And that's from the slime, right? phyto oil, biodiesel, bleach stone, plus phyto oil. So we have the slime right here, so we could get it started. We could dig through, get to this. There's bleach stone in here as well. We'll be able to mine that through, convert that for our initial setup of getting the intracosmic blast shots. And then hopefully we can make enough to shoot it down. But I guess we'll have to see, right? Maybe we'll have to supplement with some other stuff. But at least that's gonna be the plan. It looks like it doesn't get cold enough to be a real problem. So what that means is we're gonna want to grab the oil there soon. We're also gonna want to go around the slime. Fun times. Go up to here, and then we'll likely want this. And then we could get the oil. We should open up the H2. It's not really gonna matter. We'll mop up the oil. We get a liquid locker right here. We'll get into the cold biome. Use up the water. Yeah, a lot of cold energy. Another thing we might think about doing is, since we have the volcanoes, if we get plastic, I could technically make a system that works as a power source just to get everything started, because we will need power, right? I haven't ran into any of the fuel geysers yet. I don't really want to use peat, even though we could. But for the most part, that's going to be what we have on our mind to do next. We should be able to get that around cycle 100-ish. Break into the ice, get the spawn built. The cooling, maybe. But we have a lot of algae, so we'll be fine for now. So guys, thank you guys for hanging out. It is going to be time for us to get that saving.